Oh, well, hey there, son. The name's Augusta Sinclair, and you must have taken one hell of a wrong turn to wind up down here. Welcome to the mighty city of Rapture. It's seen better days, trust me. Let me explain what's going on. What you're listening to is a collection of songs based on our fair city here by a man going by the name of Ed Ake. Sounds, voices, and music have been, for want of a better word, spliced together to create what you're about to hear. Well, ain't that something? So take a seat in that old bathysphere and enjoy the voyage ahead of you. And as the sign says on the door on your way on in here, son, there are no gods or kings, only man.
I am Andrew Ryan, and I'm here to ask you a question. Is a man not entitled to the sweat of his brow? No, says the man in Washington, belongs to the poor. No, says the man in the Vatican, it belongs to God. I chose something different. I chose impossible. I chose rapture.
In the end, what separates a man from a slave? Money? Power? No. What separates a man from a slave? A man chooses, a slave obeys.
There you man, Andrew Ryan, the bloody king of Rapture.
of the city at the bottom of the sea, insanity. But where else could we be free from the clutching hand of the parasites?
I told Mr. Rhyme, either you build her like a bathtub, or she's gonna turn into a sewer. No, McDonough, you said, we're not gonna build no bathtub. We're gonna build Eden.
BioShock, a radio drama. Written and adapted by Spencer Richardson from the game franchise BioShock and the novel BioShock Rapture by John Shirley. Part 1, The Rise of Rapture.
Train to Poseidon, come in.
This is Poseidon. You're coming in clear.
Commence radio transmission. This is the oceanic exploration vessel Triton. The time is 1700 sharp, August 1st, 1985. We are approaching coordinates 63 degrees 2 minutes north, 29 degrees 55 minutes west. We are somewhere in the middle of the North Atlantic. We are following the tidal patterns of some strange objects that washed up on Icelandic shores several weeks ago. We have followed a tentative path to their potential origin point. We are hoping to find more when out...
Mick, come have a look at this!
How is this doing in the middle of the Atlantic? We need to wire the Poseidon immediately. Train to Poseidon, come in. Amazing discovery. We have stumbled upon what appears to be some kind of lighthouse. What business it has being all the way out here is anyone's guess. It's, in a word, breathtaking. Approximately 150 feet high, with a large bronze winged figure at the top and several bronze figures at the base. Arms stretched upward, looking as if they were supporting the structure. We're going to anchor and take a closer look. More details to follow. Train to Poseidon, this is all far more spectacular than anything we could have imagined. The entire lighthouse is constructed of polished granite, though it has since been weathered by the dilapidating force of ocean winds. There is a set of stairs winding up from a small, almost non-existent launch. The style of the architecture is reminiscent of art décoratif, with intricate inlays of bronze and gold in the details of the stone. We are now standing at a set of two huge bronze doors. They do not appear to be locked or barred in any way. The interior is dark. Stevenson has gone inside to investigate.
Jesus Christ!
Stevenson! What is it? Are you okay?
Scared the ever-loving shit out of me.
What? Oh! Doesn't that just beat all? It's hard to discern much, but by the light coming through the open door, there appears to be a large bronze bust of a man. Stevenson, turn on the torch. Let's get a better look around.
Righto.
Huh. It appears that we are in some kind of atrium, almost like an observatory. The floor is marble and the deco motif is consistent throughout. The floors are badly damaged and weathered, slick with seawater. What's this? There appears to be a banner on the ground. It reads, "No gods or kings, only man."
What does that mean?
I don't know, Stevenson, but it's far more interesting than following a breadcrumb trail of flotsam. Let's see where these steps lead. We're descending a short staircase. Keep the light up, I want to see everything. That leads down into a small antechamber. There are several large bronze medallions lining the walls. In order, they read, Industry, Art, Science. We seem to have hit a dead... What's this?
You've got to be kidding me.
Poseidon, this is truly amazing. There appears to be a small submergible craft, spherical in shape, roughly 10 feet in diameter and with a hatch on the front. I can't say for sure, but we may have stumbled across some sort of abandoned marine research facility.
If that's the case, they certainly have expensive taste.
Stevenson, see if you can get the hatch open. Here, I'll hold the light.
Get the hat. Excuse me? Are you suggesting we clamber into this rust bucket?
Stevenson, just look at this place. What further secrets do you think it has to offer?
Whatever secrets they are, they're clearly meant to remain as such. I don't think we should continue. This place has gone undiscovered for one reason or another, and if we do continue, we should return with more crew members and our own diving equipment. Not some crazy diving bell that looks like it's surfaced from a Jules Verne novel.
Stevenson, I'm only going to say this once, and remember that I'm doing so as your commanding superior. We came here to discover the origin of the artifacts we spent 2 weeks tracking. I don't know what you were expecting to find, but God knows we both weren't expecting this. And since we're here, we owe it to the scientific community and to mankind's innate sense of exploration to plunder whatever secrets this place has to offer. So I'm telling you, open the goddamn hatch.
Yes, sir.
Spectacular. The interior is lavishly furnished, though aged. It appears to be a transportation vehicle with a padded velvet bench running 3/4 of the interior circumference of the vessel. In the center is a sort of lever with some kind of electronic mechanism beneath. Stevenson and I are going to investigate further.
Fucking hell.
Stevenson?
Yes, sir.
We are now both seated in the interior of the vessel. Stevenson, close the hatch. Now, since there do not appear to be any directional controls in the vessel other than this lever, we can only guess that it moves downward and back up. Feel better, Stevenson? At least we won't stray far. Now we will have to end our radio communication here, as we may not be able to reach you from the depths. I will be switching over to a tape recording of our discoveries. Until we see you next, this is Triton to Poseidon, over and out. This is Mick Reynolds with the Exploration Team Triton. We have ceased radio communication and will be making an audio log of our discoveries. We are sitting in a vessel that my companion Stevenson has informed me is known as a bathysphere, and we are about to depart to wherever it leads. Stevenson, please pull the lever.
Yes, sir.
We are currently descending. We can see out of a small window in the hatch of the bathysphere. The Art Deco motif of the lighthouse we entered through continues even down here. According to markers on the wall of the shaft in front of us, we are currently at 10 fathoms, 18 fathoms, 26... What the hell?
I am Andrew Ryan, and I'm here to ask you a question. Is a man not entitled to the sweat of his brow? No, says the man in Washington. It belongs to the poor. No, says the man in the Vatican. It belongs to God. No, says the man in Moscow. It belongs to everyone. I rejected those answers. Instead, I chose something different. I chose the impossible. I chose rapture.
Bloody hell.
A city
This-
where the artist would not
This is
fear the city.
remarkable. I can't even begin to describe. We are currently looking out of the small window, and it's astounding. It's fantastic. We are looking at an underwater metropolis. We have just come up over the edge of a continental shelf to this astounding reveal. This is no sunken Acropolis of Greece either. This is... Jesus, this is recent. The style of the buildings appeared as if someone had taken New York and submerged the whole damn city. Underwater skyscrapers all connected with a crisscrossing of glass-encased walkways. Neon signs and underwater spotlights dot the buildings. Stevenson, take the recorder. I might be sick.
Jesus, not in here you aren't.
It appears that the bathysphere is on some sort of automatic course. We seem to be approaching a building. There are neon arches above us that read, "All good things of this earth flow into this city." We appear to be in some kind of landing center, like an underwater hub or terminal. Are you all right, Stevenson?
I'm having a hard time digesting this, Mick.
We'll need to exit the vessel to see more.
Mick, I'm cold and wet, and now I don't even know where the hell we are. Please, can we just go back? Wait, what if this thing doesn't even go back?
Come on, Stevenson. Take a deep breath and exit the bathysphere with me. I'm not going to leave you twisting in the wind. I can now confirm that we are in some sort of transportation hub. There are several departure boards suspended over a series of launches. They all read canceled. On the opposite end, there is a large row of high windows offering a glimpse to the rest of the city. They are fairly filthy from algae and other forms of ocean growth, and it is hard to see much. The room we are in is not only deserted, but in a state of decay.
This whole place looks deserted. Where are all the people?
As Stevenson stated, it would appear that there are little to no forms of sentient life down here other than ourselves. These halls appear grand and opulent with classic architecture and lofty ceiling, but everything is decayed, run down. Oh my God. There are dozens of abandoned suitcases littering the floor. Garbage is piled up in corners, and there seems to be painted signs, "Rapture has fallen."
Mick, just what the hell is going on here? Where are we? Rapture? It feels like the sunken city of Atlantis. Who is that Ryan person? Where are all the people? What happened here?
Get a grip on yourself, Stevenson. For God's sake, I've just as much of an idea about what's happened here as you do, which is to say, none. But if we explore a little further, we may just find out. Now, we seem to be in some sort of welcome center. A sign to our left says Rapture Metro. The place is in ruins and looks wholly abandoned. Stevenson and I are going to look further and see if we can't find some clues as to what's happened here.
Mick! Look over here! What do you make of this?
It looks like some sort of personal recording device, rather primitive compared to ours, but is it? Yes, it still seems functional. Just how do you get...
My parents once told me, "Son, you're special. You were born to do great things." And you know what? They were right. My name is Bill McDonough, and I've left this audio diary along with the collected stories of the most prominent citizens of Rapture as a warning to anyone who might find themselves blindly stumbling into this sunken hell, this failed ambition. You've probably seen the face of Andrew Ryan by this point. Well, much like any story, it began with a man. A man, a lighthouse, and a dream of utopia. I met Mr. Ryan the day me and the lads were installing the plumbing in his Posh Park Avenue digs.
Hello? Plumbing contractor?
Is that the other plumber, is it?
Yes, it is, sir.
No need to shout into the intercom.
The other two are already at work in the back. And the main bathroom is through here.
That's your destination, isn't it, Bill? The crapper. Though fine when it may be, your destiny is to keep it in working order.
Taxes are theft, Isley. What? No need, I fired her. I'm elevating someone from reception. No, I don't want anyone from accounting. People like that are too interested in my money. Sometimes I wonder if there is anyone I can trust. They'll not get a penny out of me more than is absolutely necessary, and if you can't see to it, then I'll find a lawyer who can.
That must be Ryan himself. Didn't think he'd actually be in while we were doing the job. Oh!
Didn't intend to startle you. Just curious how you're getting on.
Getting on fine, sir. Be done here soon.
Are those brass fittings? The general contractor had me put down for the tin fittings.
Well, then I suppose it's him that'll be bailing out your loo once a fortnight. Tin isn't reliable, see? If it's price you're worried about, then I'll be picking up the cost of the brass. So, not to worry, Squire.
And why would you be doing that?
Because, profit or not, no man bails water out of privies built by Bill McDonough. There you are.
You mean the job's done?
I'll see how the other lads are getting on, but we should be done presently.
Really? This is quite reasonable. You could have padded the bill, stretched your time. People assume they can take advantage of wealthy men.
I believe in being paid, sir. Even being paid well. But being paid for the work that I do.
I'd like to share something with you, Mr.
McDonough. Bill McDonough.
Well, Bill, a man must make of his life a ladder that he never ceases to climb. If you are not rising, you're slipping down the rungs.
Absolutely, sir. That's why I came to the USA. Got myself an education in engineering. Hoped I can make something of it here. Anyone can rise to the top.
Yes, and no. I believe there are certain men who have a drive about them. A drive that I sense you and I both share. We will be talking again soon, you and I. Good day, Bill.
Good day, Mr. Ryan. Well, don't that just beat all? Yeah,
This Bill McDonough.
right enough.
My name is Sullivan, head of security for Andrew Ryan.
Security? Look, mate, I ain't no crook if that's what they're saying.
No. Nothing like that. I've been sent to track you down to offer you a job.
What job?
Well, if you want it, Ryan wanted to offer you a position as his new general contractor, starting immediately.
Gorland, Boris, Winston, Moskowitz. Those are just some of the names I gone by. And my own name, Frank, doesn't even seem to belong to me. But you gotta keep 'em guessing. That's what I always say. It was good, this honest work up in New York, being a grift man. I'd run this little hole-in-the-wall bar down by the docks with one ear to the ground, always listening for the next con. So you best believe that when I did some digging on this North Atlantic project that the poor soggy bastards who washed up in my place would talk about, I could smell the trail of dough that would lead me to the greatest con of my life. Some kind of treasure under the sea. This was gonna have to take some special kind of grift.
Let's just think this through, Merton. You're telling me you got a job with the Seaworthy, working as a steward on the North Atlantic project, right? You're out there a month and a half, and you didn't see anything.
Well, yeah, that's about the size of it. I mean, I did see them take some stuff, you know, under the water, but I didn't go down with it. I don't know what they're up to.
I know what they're up to, in a general sort of way. They're building something big. But I don't know what the angle is, where the money's coming from. Did you see them bring anything up with them? Ore, gold, silver, oil? You're making it hard on me to find out what I want to know.
I swear I didn't find anything else. I hardly left the galley on the ship. But Frank, Fontaine, he might know something. Been supplying the outfit with fish.
Frank Fontaine. Like from Fontaine Fisheries? I know him. Used to smuggle goods up from Cuba. Now he's delivering fish. You kidding me?
That's what he said to me on the docks. Says there's more money selling fish to Ryan and his outfit than he could ever make selling rum to all of New York. Ryan's got an army of starving workers out there in the middle of the ocean.
All right. All right, get out of here, Merton. So, Fontaine is who I gotta track down if I want to get closer to Ryan. He's hiding something out there. And whatever he's got, I want it. And I'm gonna take it from him.
My father and I fled the Bolsheviks. And where did we end up? The land of the free? This isn't the land it pretends to be. It's the land of the taxed. And it was his reluctance to pay taxes that put my father in jail. Every society on the surface of the earth is the same these days. But, Bill, suppose it were possible to leave the surface of the earth. Just for a time. Long enough for the fools to have destroyed themselves with their wars and hydrogen bombs.
Leave it, sir?
Don't look so astonished, Bill. I don't mean we're going to the moon. No, not up, but down. I have something to show you. Would you accompany me on a trip to Iceland?
Iceland?
Oh, just for the first leg. I'm going to show you a marvel taking shape southwest of there. And I promise you that you will be enraptured.
I've never been one to take a shine to planes. I had my fair share of them during the war. But something about Mr. Ryan made you throw caution to the wind. If you ever found yourself doubting, he would flash this smile, all pensive-like. He was a man who radiated the stuff of greatness, but he treated you decent. I knew he was a man who was going to take me places, and I would follow him anywhere to those fantastic ends.
You doing all right, Bill?
I'll be fine in a moment, Mr. Ryan. Not to worry.
When you're ready, Bill, step into the after cabin.
You certainly have a flair for the dramatic when the mood strikes you, don't you, Mr. Ryan?
Indeed, Bill, and this is an occasion to exercise the dramatic in the fullest. Et voila!
Cool.
This is rapture.
Yes. Lovely, isn't it? Quite rapturous-like.
No, Bill. Rapture is the name of the city. What you see here is just the core. The downtown, if you will. And the foundations are already under construction.
You're taking the piss.
But it's true. It's being constructed in a part of the sea unplied by anyone else. Quite hidden. Quite secret. The architecture is quite glorious, isn't it? A small city. Hidden away under the ocean, miles to a side, with lots of open space inside it. Don't want claustrophobia, do we? Do you see in there, through that little window? That's going to be a park. A park under the sea. I call it Arcadia. We have a system in place that will provide the trees with reflected sunlight from the surface as well as electrical light. Arcadia will help provide oxygen for the city as well as a place for relaxation. Now here you can see...
Gorland. Seems like every time I run into you, something goes wrong.
How's that for a welcome? What about all the cash I made you on your last cargo?
Your cut was nearly as big as mine, and all you did for it was run your mouth.
You want the information or not? I got word that they're gonna wait till you head out, then raid you on the way back.
They? They who?
Why, no less than the Federal Bureau of Investigation. That's who.
I don't believe you.
Oh, they're raiding you all right. And they know Ryan's trying to hide something out there on his little project.
What proof do you have that a raid's coming?
Proof? How about carbon of the raiding order? Now, if you want, you can sell your boats to me and slink away to Cuba. Give them the slip.
Huh. Maybe. It's true, I'm sick of being on those boats with all those dead fish. I would like to take an early retirement to Cuba, but I want a good price.
Sure, I'll give you top money.
And just why are you being so goddamn helpful, Gorland? It don't add up.
It's you they're looking for, Fontaine. I play fisherman until the cops cool off, make some dough off Ryan, and have the trawlers to hand back once it's safe to smuggle again. Quid pro quo.
Bathyspheres? Like a diving bell?
These are no ordinary bathyspheres, Bill.
Never seen anything like them. Almost elegant-like.
Now, Bill, are you ready to go below? I'm informed that the wind is dropping, and in an hour we'll be able to launch.
Ready, Mr. Ryan. Always ready, me.
It's all radio-controlled. We don't have to do a thing. It follows a radio signal to the entrance shaft and uses turbine props. We have gone to great lengths to keep our discoveries to ourselves. I have found some of the most unusual, extraordinary, talented scientists in the world, and in some very difficult spots. The hardest was this particularly peculiar but brilliant scientist by the name of Suchong. You can just see the foundations of Rapture there. Oh, and let us have some appropriate music. Genius of the whales. Just look at those structures soar, even deep below the sea. Ironic, really. They're starting with cathedrals, then coming to build Rapture. But they say that Rapture will be a cathedral. Not to God, but to man, and to man's will.
And how'd you get the foundations done?
Ever the engineer. We retrofitted my steamer to take cargo, brought the sinker out here where we assembled it, a huge submersible platform that we would lower to the ocean floor with the deep-sea team and everything they needed. And over there, you can see the remnants of an ancient volcano core. That is a clue about Rapture's energy source. We've arrived. Come along, Bill. There is much to be done.
Quid pro quo, all right. That was the key. Always make 'em think they're getting just as good a deal as you. All it took was a well-forged scrap of paper and a convincing tone of voice, and I was one step closer to getting the Ryan. All I needed was one final touch.
When I give you the signal, head due east.
You got it, boss.
Call me Captain. I'm about to be one.
Aye, aye. Captain. Colin! What's this I hear about you firing my crew? You're up to something, and this whole thing is starting to stink.
I'm surprised you can smell anything after hauling fish for so long. But come on down to the galley and I'll explain. I got your money. There, Fontaine. Over in that briefcase. Count it. It's all there.
Dead fish. Is this some kind of fucking joke, Gorland?
I'm thinking of changing the name of this boat from Happy Drift to Happy Grift. Get it? Son of a bitch.
What are you doing, Gorland? Let me go.
Oh, I'll let you go, Captain. Come up on deck with me.
Why are we out at sea?
I'll tell you why. You ever notice how much you and I look alike, Frank? Look at that. We even got the same first name. Possibilities, Frank. Possibilities. I got a whole new concept. Identity theft. What do you think? Sleep well, Captain. And long live the new Captain Frank Fontaine.
Are you tired of taxes? Of bullying governments? Of business regulations? Unions? And people expecting a handout? Do you seek a new start? Have you the skill or ambition to become a pioneer? If you are receiving this, then you have already been selected to fill out an application for a new life in Rapture. This amazing enterprise will take emigration, but will only cost you sweat and determination to be a part of our new world. You are a believer of free enterprise, of competition, and carving your own path through the wilderness of the world. There is room for up to 20,000 pioneers just like you, so make haste and start your life anew.
As I look out at this crowd today, I am filled with a great sense of pride. I look at all of your faces, and I see more than people. I see links. Links in a chain, the great chain of industry. It is a chain that unites us through the combination of our efforts. But it is only when we struggle in our own interests that the chain pulls us in the right direction. On the surface, the parasite expects the doctor to heal them for free, the farmer to feed them out of charity. And I ask you, what is the difference between a man and a parasite? A man builds, and a parasite asks, where's my share? A man creates, the parasite asks, what will our neighbors think? A man invents, the parasite says, watch out or you might tread on the toes of God. You are all here because, much like myself, you believe that a man is free to make his own way, to build, to create, and to invent. You are here because you are the best, the brightest, the driven. Here, there are no gods, no kings, only man. Here, Rapture is yours. In Rapture, we are joined by some of the world's most talented artists. People like Mr. Sander Cohen, a man who, on the surface, the parasite would call washed up, past his prime. But down here, he is only just realizing his musical genius. We are joined by some of the most brilliant scientists of our time, like Miss Julie Langford, who through her scientific know-how will bring forests to the bottom of the ocean, and doctors like Dr. Yi Su-chong, who is not limited by practices that the small-minded on the surface may impose on him for fear of their own petty morality. Yes, dear citizens, Rapture is a place where we can truly be free. And now, to commemorate this shining city, is a performance by Mr. Sander Cohen himself.
Well, Ellie, what do you think, eh?
Bill, it's just wonderful. It may have been designed by the Wales brothers, but you made it a reality. You gave Ryan's vision life.
Well, in a lot of ways, it certainly is Ryan's vision. All those great lumen statues of him look like giant hood ornaments, though I'd never say it to his face. But I think we all have to admit, Rapture's unlike anything we've ever seen or dreamed of.
It certainly is. And yet...
What is it?
It's just... As I look out on the faces in the crowd, I can't help but notice they look... anxious. Tense. Almost like caged animals.
Oh, they're just not used to their new surroundings. Remember, a lot of these sods are formerly moneyed knobs and high society types. Come down here looking for a new start. Some of them just didn't expect... this.
And is it what you expected, Bill?
There's bound to be growing pains, sure, but as long as I'm with you, doesn't matter where we are.
Growing pains. Yeah. By the time Rapture had opened, there were still projects that needed doing. There weren't enough maintenance workers. There were still heating ducts to be installed. There was slow seepage in some areas. But I came down here following a man who offered me so much more than I could have ever had up on the surface. I believed in Rapture. And I believed in Andrew Ryan.
To the overseer of the undersea colony, the commerce between us has made me aware of your enterprise, and I have inferred something of its heroic scope. I have always yearned to be a frontiersman, and an appreciation for the mysteries of the deep draws me to offer you my services. I have a plan for harvesting fish underwater using modified submarines. Up above,
this idea is dismissed as crackpot. I hope that you, clearly a forward thinker, will be more open-minded to this innovation in enterprise. Accordingly, I request your permission to relocate to your colony and develop my subaquatic fishery. Yours sincerely, Frank Fontaine. I take it that's you.
That's me, Chief Sullivan, owner and operator of Fontaine Fisheries.
Seems as though you've caught the eye of Mr. Ryan. He's been watching your little startup on the surface here. Been watching how you've managed to build up your business, edge out the competition, do a good job supplying us.
Well, thanks.
But you're nosy. You've been asking too many questions about what's down below.
I just want to make a name for myself. Make my way in Rapture.
We're aware of that, Fontaine. Ryan's read your letters. You know, once you go down, there's no coming back. You get it? There aren't many rules down there, but you staying put is one of them. You ready for that kind of commitment?
All the way, Chief.
Rapture may have been a place of few rules, but that didn't mean I found myself with idle time very often. See, for a guy down here, there was a difference between being a lawman and keeping things peaceable. But there were certain things Ryan wanted kept out of Rapture. We weren't strict on much, especially when it came to business, but when it came to things like smuggling and keeping this place a secret, well, let's just say we were pretty watertight.
A Rapture reminder. Wanting an item from the surface is forgivable. Buying or smuggling one into Rapture is not. Stay on the level and out of trouble.
Mr. Ryan, how are you, sir?
Fontaine, you seem to be settling in here nicely. I like the fisheries sign. Neon brightens Rapture up. And the wharf you've constructed here is rather quaint. I didn't think I'd see another boat after I left the surface.
Just enough of the surface to make the boys feel at home, if you get me.
Quite. That's actually why I came down here today. I wanted to inspect your submarine vessels you use to fish. I'd like to keep tabs on these sorts of things.
For a city that likes to keep the rules down, you sure have a lot of them.
We have as many as we need. Rapture leaks enough. We want to make sure there's not too much coming in or slipping out. This place could prove to be a weak link in the great chain. We can't afford to have anything we don't approve of down here. No outside product, no religious articles, even outside ideas can prove to be dangerous contraband.
The most dangerous kind.
I do wish you the best of business.
I'd feel more part of it all if I were part of the Rapture Council. Oh, care for a smoke?
No, thank you. I presume that's a Rapture-made cigar. And you presume the Council is some grand and powerful force, when in reality it is little more than a loose commission meant to oversee enterprise and keep an eye on things without interfering. But I will take your request into consideration.
Mr. Ryan liked to talk about choices. Elaine kept wondering if we had made the right one coming down here. I tried to assure her that we had, but she still had her doubts. We were well on our way to expecting a new baby, so naturally she had concerns about raising her in such an untraditional place. I couldn't blame her. I had a bit of a turn when we went to the doctors to check on the pregnancy. All the other places were booked that day, so Mr. Ryan got us in with this Suchong and his assistant Tenenbaum. You would have thought they had gone to medical school at a butcher's shop. They were so informal. Poking and prodding, a couple of ghoulish bastards, if you ask me. It didn't do much to reassure Elaine. I was uneasy with their bedside manner myself, but Suchong said Elaine was doing fine. All that aside, was there other practices that concerned me more? I'm telling you, Elaine, he was just lying there, in a case of water like a drowned man, all pale and white with tubes running in and out of him. And I overheard Suchong arguing with Tenenbaum about how to get his body to fuse with metal. Ryan was telling them he needed a way to keep the workers in the water longer. I know we aren't supposed to be bound by morals here, but there are some things a man should and shouldn't be. And the thought of something more machine than man makes me feel ill.
I know what you mean, Bill. It's funny. Rapture is quite different from the surface, but in other ways, it isn't. We came down here to bring only the best of the world with us. But maybe we brought some of the worst with us, too. Look around us. People are throwing their money away on booze and gambling like they did back in New York. decadence here is almost worse than it was on the surface.
Sweetie, Fort Frolic was built so the stiffs in Rapture could have a place to let their hair down. The worst always comes with the best, no matter where they go. It's just what happens when a place is settled with real people, love. Still, sometimes the work of great men comes at the cost of others.
Are you alright, Bill?
It's just... when we were building Rapture, I saw a lot of good men die. Some men boiled alive when we were assembling the heating dynamo in Hephaestus, then saw blighters frozen to death all in the same day. Men crushed by machinery and the pressure of the ocean depths. It still gives me nightmares sometimes.
I'm sorry, Bill. I know it wasn't easy. But Rapture is our home now, and there isn't a person in this crowd who can't say they don't have you to thank. Chin up, love.
That's my girl. Now come on, we better get over to Fleet Hall if we want to catch that show. Thankfully it's a Cohen production, sans Cohen.
At the German prison camp, they put me to work on genetic experiments on other prisoners. They call me Das Wunderkind, the Wonder Child. Germans. All they can think about is blue eyes and shape of forehead. All I care about is, why is this one born strong and that one weak? This one smart, that one stupid. All that killing. You'd think the Germans would have been interested in something useful. I was only 16 years old when I realized I have love for science. German doctor, he make experiment, and sometimes he makes scientific error. I tell him of this error, and this make him angry. He asks, how can a child know such a thing? I tell him, sometimes I just know. He screams at me, then why tell me? I tell him, if you're going to do such things, then at least you should do them properly. He reminds me of the Germans sometimes, this Suchong, always quick with the temper. I come to Rapture because I'm hoping that my love for science will not be looked down upon, and yet all of the respectable practices have turned me away. Now I have turned to Fontaine's smugglers in Port Neptune for supplies. Fontaine's men are pigs. They spit, they stink, but they deliver. They're all terrified of Fontaine. He also reminds me a bit of the Germans, so efficient. It would not surprise me if he were soon running things down here.
Sorry, Doc. I don't got anything for you today. Boss has been keeping a tight fist on all our holes.
Actually, I wanted to ask you about your hands.
What about them?
When I was down here last week, I noticed you cannot use them so well. They do not bend or articulate.
That's right. Crippled them in the war.
And yet, I see today you are hoisting cargo with use of both hands. Why is this? Did Suchong fix them?
Hardly. Bastard refused to work on me. It's actually the damnedest thing. A couple of days ago, me and the boys were sorting the hull when I noticed this weird-looking slug. Almost like a sea cucumber. But not like anything I'd ever seen in the ocean. I reached down to grab it and the son of a bitch bit me. I didn't even know the damn things could bite. Well, my hand swelled up something bad that night, but the next day I could bend my fingers, just like normal again. Downright miracle is my best explanation.
Hardly. But this intrigues me. Do you think you could find another slug like the one that bit you?
Another? Hell, I've got the same one that bit me. Been keeping it in a bucket of salt water in case one of you scientist types thought it was worth something.
I am thinking you are more correct than you know.
Working the angle down here has made me feel like a fat kid with the keys to the candy store. And what a feast Rapture was proving to be for a guy like me. Ryan keeps business regulation to a bare minimum, and as long as you got the scratch, you can open up any kind of business you want down here. But it's the businesses run on the hush-hush that are more of my interest. Made a tidy little profit smuggling goods down here. People get sick of eating fish, so I give them beef. People start getting homesick for a good book. The poor suckers. It ain't been easy, though. With Ryan's security tailing me, and these surveillance cameras he's installing just make things worse. But a man like me is always planning for the future. And that's exactly what this Tenenbaum gal says she's got.
So, Dr. Suchong, I understand you've been working with Ryan Industries?
Suchong will work for himself. There is Suchong Institute and Laboratories, but also contract with Ryan, yes.
And Miss Tenenbaum, you're shall we say, a free agent.
This is good description, yes.
Normally, this is the point where I would say you're wondering why I've called you here. Well, I asked you two to come by because there's some big opportunity in this science stuff. And the people I got working for Ryan tell me you two are feeling frustrated.
This is true. Ryan says work on anything, but as you may know, research costs money. We want to ask him for more, but Suchong does not want to make him angry.
Do not speak for me.
Well now, given the right circumstances, I think the three of us could start our own little research team. Suchong, I understand you're working on some kind of new tobacco.
Not exactly. Suchong is interested in genetics. He has found a way of making a nicotine of the sugar cane make a nicotine candy.
Yeah, I've been reading up on this genetics business. Seems like you can make it just about anything by switching genes around. Even alter a person's genes. Make changes in people, right? Miss Tenenbaum, I hear you're buying some kind of sea slug. 10 of them. From my workers, if I'm not mistaken.
I would buy more of them if I had the funding. I asked Ryan, but he brushed me off, saying maybe later.
And you feel like you're almost on the verge of a breakthrough?
Perhaps.
Then it's something I want to invest in.
Spent the rest of the morning jawing with that crowd scientist. She's damaged goods, all right. Just like all of those chumps they scraped out of those prison camps. But she's no crackpot. She's gonna make me the kind of scratch that'll have Ryan look like he's running a paper route. She just needs a few supplies to get the ball rolling and a friend to watch her back. That Suchong's a crooked piece of work, though. All he cares about is the dough to fund his research. But together, there's no telling what they can do. To think, if we could control genes, how fast the dope ages, give him hair, stronger arms, a bigger, If we could market that to the suckers down here in this tub, well, I'll have this city tied up in my pocket with a neat little bow.
When I was an officer of the NYPD, I saw my share of crime on the meatball beat in Little Italy. But the kind of stuff I've seen down here, it's just... a guy can only be so prepared.
Something about the confines of this aquarium make a man desperate. And Fontaine smugglers are some of the worst. We've had a real problem with contraband material coming into Rapture, and all the fingers point to Fontaine, or at least his men. Fontaine has an annoying habit of always having clean hands and a tidy alibi. One of his thugs damn near took my head off with a wrench on the docks when I was on the tail of one of his boys. I'm just thankful that all he had was a wrench. Can't imagine what would have happened if he had had something stronger.
Absurd, Tenenbaum!
This discovery is very great, Mr. Fontaine, you will see.
Tenenbaum believed that genes are the answer to everything, but to control someone's mind, to harness and condition synapses, this is much more important to Suchong. He who controls such controls all.
That's true, Doc. Conditioning is something I find real interesting. Read about it as something the Nazis were doing over in those prison camps.
Here we see patient has very bad wound on his leg, yes? Running from the knee up the inner thigh all the way to the groin. Well, with special material harvested from the sea slugs, we will heal him. This material is like a very high concentrated form of stem cell. Unstable but highly adaptable. Observe.
That's a pretty big needle, Doc.
Yes, well, it is necessary.
Ha! Maybe it not work this time.
Just wait. See? The wound is closing, now with only a faint scar. I call it Adam, because from Adam of myth came life for mankind. This material also brings life, destroying damaged cells and replacing them with new ones. All transferred through plasmids, another unstable material. If we can heal a man instantly, what else can we do? Transform a man, a woman, anything we want. Adam presents endless possibility.
But observe, you see there? On his head, some lesions.
Hardly visible, minor side effect.
And some there are much more. Your man with his miracle hands, he acts a bit strange now. And he has cancer spots on his arms like uncontrolled cell growth.
So, that's the key, huh? Those stem cell things and this Adam. This can make the changes we discussed? Giving the man more muscle, growing hair, bigger peckers for the men and bosoms for the ladies, bigger brains for the highbrows.
Precisely.
You neglect to tell him that Adam requires constant re-energizing.
Not a concern, Suchong. I have a design for such an energizer. I call it Eve. But a slug can only produce so much Adam and Eve. We find them attached to sharks and fish, so this leads us to determine that the slug acts as a parasite. We would need to find hosts for them.
So, if we were to try to find, human hosts, then we could mass produce the stuff?
In time, yes.
Suchong believed that Adam has the potential to become highly addictive. When Suchong lived in the Philippines during the war, he make a profit from addiction selling opium to soldiers.
Then you, of all people, Doctor, should understand that this here Adam is a gold mine.
Bill, dear, back from inspecting Rhine Amusements.
Aye, an awful inspection at that.
Things not working properly?
No, the mechanics of it all worked fine. The boys did a bang-up job with, what do they call it, audio animatronics, moving mannequins and the like. But I'm afraid of the message they're being used to portray. The point of the attraction is to inform children of Rapture about its history, while swaying their curiosity about the surface. But Ryan's got the whole thing running like some propaganda carnival, all about how everything on the surface is out to get them, the hand of the government keeping the artists or the scientists down. And that's not an exaggeration, Ellie. Swear to God, there's a scene where a hand rips a kid out of their home so they can fight in the war for their country. Damn near scared the piss out of me. I can't imagine what it's going to do to the children.
Well, we'll just have to make sure we don't expose Sophie to that kind of thing.
That's a given, but I don't worry about Sophie. It's the rest of the children I worry about.
That quite a little monster Fontaine de Gap. When she speaks, which is almost never, her accent is thick and grating. Her hair is filthy, and she seems to wear the same mustard-stained jumper day after day. But I got to hand it to Frank. Tenenbaum is the old-timer diamond in the rough. No formal training, no experience, but put her in front of a gene sequence and she is a Mozart at the harpsichord. But still, sometimes I pity the little freak. Such a small imagination, content to spend her days in front of a vat of Adam, tweaking and optimizing. I need to create. Adam is a canvas for genetic creation, but the plasmids are the paint.
Suchong is ready for demonstration.
Probably wouldn't kill you to do a little interior decorating in here.
We will add more equipment over time. Decorations are superfluous. Eventually, we will even add computers.
What's a computer?
Like adding machine, but a faster and smarter. Now, if you will observe, we are injecting the subject with a substance known as Eve. It will activate the atom we have already incorporated into him. Now please, stand back.
What exactly? What
We should have insulated that light bulb.
Is he alright? Son of a bitch was lit up like a damn Christmas tree.
He is fine. That is part of plasmid phenomenon. He emanates electricity but is not harmed by it.
So how do we market this stuff?
Can be used to jumpstart motors, galvanize equipment that need the power, possibly even a self-defense. The problem right now is a lack of control in test subjects, but we will be working on that. Problem lies with stem cell communication with the nervous system, but in time a man can control it, along with other powers. Power to project cold, to project heat, even move things to the power of his mind.
If that's true, then Adam is the ultimate score. Adam and Eve. Fucking amazing.
Yes, but to continue we need much more.
Trust me, you'll get more. So much more. Fontaine Futuristics is gonna change Rapture forever. I can feel it in my bones.
Really? You feel that in the bones?
Just an expression, Doc. What I'm saying is that this is gonna be big. We're gonna move Fontaine Futuristics out of this dump and into one of the most prime places in Rapture. People are gonna see us and know that there's power behind our doors. We'll have all sorts of lavish furnishing, huge marble columns, intricate detailing, bronze and gold everywhere.
What's the matter, Frank?
It's this thinning hair, Jim. Every day there's less and less.
You know, the problem's not in your hair, it's in your genes.
Hey, I don't go in for all that new plasmid stuff. My buddy says it's not safe.
Shows what your buddy knows. Go over to Fontaine Futuristics for a trial of fresh hair. Fresh hair not only gives you a full head of thick hair, but it's 100% safe.
Full head of hair? And 100% safe? Maybe it's time for me to get a little fresh air.
This Fontaine fellow is somebody to watch. Once he seemed just a menace to be convicted and hung, but he always manages to be where the evidence isn't. He's the most dangerous type of hoodlum, the kind with vision.
You wanted to see me, Mr. Ryan?
Ah, Bill, yes. Come in and have a seat, won't you? I'm just reviewing some files. I've had an investigator, Stanley Poole, keep tabs on this Fontaine and his new venture, Fontaine Futuristics. Seems quite fertile with possibilities. Take a load off while I sort through this. Sorry, Bill. I get so caught up in this day-to-day business I don't often take a look around me. How's Elaine?
Grand, Mr. Ryan. Knows how to make a man happy, that one.
Excellent. You know, I too plan to have a family one day. Would like to have a son to take the reins of the empire once I'm gone. Someone to keep it thriving and build on it. Rapture is such a wonderful place for children to grow up. Don't you think? Ah, Sullivan, thank you for coming on such short notice. I have something I want you to jump on with both feet. Have you heard about this new plasmids development?
Plasmids? No, sir, haven't heard anything about that.
Take a look at this.
Everything you always wanted to be, you can be with plasmids. The wave of the future from Fontaine Futuristics. Samples of hair grow, brain boost, sport boost, electro bolt, and brute more muscle enhancer, and watch for incinerate.
Looks like our restless young rival is at it again. I want you to find out everything you can about these plasmids, as well as Fontaine Futuristics, Sullivan. Word is he has Su Chong and that Tannenbaum working beneath him.
Too good to be true, though, isn't it? I mean, something that'll give a bloke new hair and teeth is bound to have side effects.
I'm not really concerned with weighing down progress with a lot of testing. If people want to take their chances, then that's their prerogative. What do you think, Sullivan? Can you take this on?
I've got my hands pretty full with this smuggling business. Word is Fontaine's changed his M.O., so getting arresting proof is going to be difficult.
I know you can have your men arrest whoever you want, Sullivan. But we need to make sure we have solid incriminating evidence. If we arrest him without probable cause, then we're no better than the Reds. Now, that being said, I want you to shift your focus to this plasmids business.
Yes, sir. I'll be sure to keep you informed.
Well, it seems that Fontaine is shaping up to be my great rival here. But he will only sharpen my talent. I cannot let him come to fully dominate the marketplace in Rapture. No. I may have to take action. We may have to get tough with Mr. Fontaine.
What's the matter, Mary? You look like you could use a boost.
I don't feel so great. I'm dizzy, I'm nauseous, and sometimes I'm even seeing things that aren't there.
That's just the plasmid blues, Mary. All you need to do is slow down a bit on the splicing. Before you know it, you'll be right as rain. Remember, a smart splicer is a happy...
You don't mean you spent it all, Rupert. You take that Eve back to Fontaine's.
Oh, Christ, Sally, a man's got to put on a good appearance. You'll see. I gotta show him that I'm fast, strong. I'm gonna get one that makes you smart.
I wish you'd taken the one that makes you smart first. Then you wouldn't have been so stupid to have blown all our money on those goddamn plasmids. You don't need that fancy hair or those muscles.
These muscles are gonna get me a job on the Atlantic Express.
Word is nobody's taking the Atlantic Express anymore. Everyone is taking the tram system or their private bathyspheres. Besides, they ain't gonna rehire you no-how after you went flippy on the foreman.
Oh, he went off the handle for no reason.
You were doped up on those plasmids and you went nutso. Threw a hammer at his head.
You gotta get used to him. All the fellas are using him.
Sure. And all of them are going broke, sitting there, doped off their ass, yammering to themselves. saying there ain't no side effects either.
There ain't.
Just look at your face.
What, never seen a pimple before?
That ain't no pimple. That's skin growing where there oughtn't be any.
Shut your trap and make me dinner.
How's that? Shut my trap? After I bust all scrubbing floors for the stiffs up in Olympus Heights, and I come home to this dump. How do you like them apples? Apples we ain't got. You ain't even fixed the lights properly.
You want me to fix the lights? Fine!
Knock it off, you damn lunatic!
Lunatic? What? Make you nervous there, Sally?
Stop trying to crack this thing! There's water gushing all over the floor! Reuben!
Sally? Sally? Shit.
You know what this place is missing, Bill? Birds. Ryan brought trees and grass to the bottom of the sea, and yet we don't have birds.
Right enough, love. No birds here. Plenty of bees, though, what with the silverwing apiary over by the farmer's market. There goes one of the little buggers now. Ah, Dr. Langford, good to see you.
Bill, Elaine, good to see you. Looks like we need to get more sunlight down here. The junipers are browning at the edges. How's your darling little girl?
Oh, just fine,
Julie.
Julie.
Good. Bill, I'm glad I ran into you. I need to talk to you about something, about the boss. In private, if you don't mind.
That's fine. Elaine?
Go ahead, Bill. I'm fine here.
Back in the know, love. Well then?
Sorry to drag you away from the little lady, but I need an ally, and I know you love this park.
What's afoot, Julie?
You know, before I came down here, I worked for the U.S. government, melting away jungle and plant life to expose the Japs in the Pacific. And now I'm down here trying to do the opposite. We're going to create a second Eden down here, he says. And today, he tells me he wants to turn Arcadia into a paying tourist attraction. For Rapture residents, I mean. He wants to turn a walk in the woods into a luxury. I told him Arcadia was a public work, but you know how he feels about public ownership of anything. He tells me, is a farmer not entitled to sell his food? Is a potter not entitled to make a profit from his pots? I started to argue with the man, but then I remembered who signs my checks. The only thing worse than a hypocrite is an unemployed one. But he listens to you, Bill. Would you be willing to talk to him?
I can give it a shot, but I'm not sure there's much I can do. He ever tell you about his little forest fire?
What? No.
Well, Ryan used to own a forest. Then the government claimed the land belonged to God, demanded he establish a park there. He didn't take a shine to the idea of the public rabble standing around gulping and pretending they had earned that natural beauty. Thought FDR was a bastard for trying to establish a national forest on his land, so he burned it to the ground.
Not truly.
True enough. So do you think he can just be talked into making anything a public property?
Well, we have to try, because it doesn't stop at the park. Ryan wants to instate a surcharge for oxygen. Says the only reason people have air down here is because Ryan Industries provides it.
Jesus!
And you know what this is about, right? He's trying to close the gap in revenue between him and Fontaine.
I'll see what I can do. But Ryan is a tough man to sell.
We need more slugs. Only certain type of gastropod works for production of Adam and Eve.
We'll just have to cut back on production then. Can't we just breed the things?
In time, perhaps, but a slow process compared to demand. Better method is to increase Adam production on an individual basis per slug. This can be done if we use hosts.
Maybe we can hijack a ship and send you some sailors.
We try adults, 2 of them. They sicken and die very quickly, all their screaming.
Very irritating.
But we have discovered it likes to be happy.
Yeah?
In children.
Children? How does that work exactly?
Fairly simple. We implant sea slug in lining of host stomach. Slug bonds with cells and the two become symbiotic. Once host feeds, we induce regurgitation. Then we have 20, 30 times more yield of Adam.
Exactly, how did you discover this works on kids?
This Chong and Tenenbaum experiment on this child.
Where the hell did you get that kid?
Child was sick, brain tumor. We tell parents we may be able to heal her. We attach slug and brain tumor goes away. She is healthy and we heal her, respectively.
And this one kid is gonna be able to produce the Adam we need? I got saps lined up around the block to get their hands on the stuff. I was gonna stop major marketing stores. Maybe even vending machines.
We will need many more children if this is your plan.
And where exactly are we supposed to get them? Mail order catalog?
Suchong has not seen such a catalog. Besides, no catalog is needed. We have 2 orphans already. Both parents killed in a plasmid attack. Both girls, right age, perfect.
And it's just kids, huh? Why just girls?
Child cells are more malleable, more adaptable to slug. We do not know yet why it is just girls.
That's just fine. One less bathroom to build at the orphanage.
Orphanage? I did not know there was such a place in Rapture.
Not yet. But when I front the money, we're gonna have our own veritable Adam farm in the palm of our hand. I can see it now. The Little Sisters Orphanage. Money and power. Money and power, Tenenbaum. It's all low-hanging fruit right there for the plucking. A gatherer's garden.
I know why it has to be children, but why just girls? This I cannot determine, but I know it is so. It is amazing to see the effect of Adam on their small bodies. Their own cells instantly replaced by new stem versions the instant they are damaged. They are practically invulnerable. It is a shame you cannot do the same thing to an adult. There would be quite market for a man you cannot kill.
Rapture's changing. But Ryan can't see the wolves in the woods. This Fontaine fellow, he's a crook and a proper tea leaf. But he has the Adam, and that makes him the governor, seeking his profits into bigger and better plasmids, building them Fontaine poorhouses. More like Fontaine recruiting centers. Before we know it, we're just going to have an army of splicers. And we're going to have ourselves a whole heap of miseries.
Crime. Subversives. Constant maintenance, and now... What did you call them, Bill?
Splicers, sir. Sort of what we've been calling them. Comes from the scientific term for gene splicing.
Yes. Splicers. I called you people here because we are on the verge of social upheaval. We need to figure out what we are to do about all of this violence. As I'm sure you are all well aware, Fontaine Futuristics has become the most successful enterprise in Rapture next to Ryan Industries. Now, I am still a firm believer in loose regulation on business, and as a result, many of Rapture's citizens have chosen to take part in Fontaine's largely untested plasmids market. I'm sorry to say that as a result, poverty and crime have been on the rise. Something I never thought we would see down here.
It's not just the people either. Reckless use of plasmids has had a direct impact on our environment. The streets are littered with empty syringes from people taking Eve in broad daylight. The waters around Fontaine Futuristics have got to be toxic. And have you seen some of the stuff these people are putting inside them? We've got blokes now calling themselves spider splicers on account of plasmids giving them the ability to climb all over the bloody walls and ceilings.
As long as they do not damage Rapture property, they are in no direct violation of the law.
What about the side effects plasmids are having on these people? Mr. Ryan, have you been in the streets lately? It's a goddamn nut house. My boys have been running ragged all over the streets of this town trying to keep up with the gunfights these lead-head bastards are starting. The answer to your question is simple, boss. We gotta ban plasmids. I know how you feel about banning products, but we got no choice. You built this place to get away from atomic power? I'm not sure these plasmids are any safer.
Sullivan! I know it's been hard for you to see men lost at the hands of this stuff. But the Great Chain has a life of its own, and we can't choke it off with regulation. Instead, I propose another solution. Ryan Industries will be moving into the plasmid business. We will make plasmids that have no side effects and are better for the consumer.
Really, sir? Well, if you're serious, then we've got to regulate our plasmids business.
There will be some. Perhaps. I've been looking at a partial list of available plasmids that Sullivan has provided. Electrobolt, Incinerate, Winter Blast, Telekinesis, and then there's the multitude of gene tonics that have been particularly popular. But this teleport one concerns me. It may be devastating to our security. I have cameras set up at Rapture's only point of egress, but still...
Mr. Ryan, before you pull the trigger, I want you to muse on something. Rapture is sturdy, but in a lot of ways very vulnerable. She's made from glass and metal. If we have these mutated bastards running around slinging lightning and ice, then the whole house of cards might topple over.
We'll get the splicers under control. In time. There have been side effects. Blindness, insanity, death. But what use is our ideology if it has not been tested? The market does not respond like an infant shrieking at the first sign of displeasure. The market is patient. And we must be too. Meanwhile, this is all part of our evolution. Just growing pains.
I begged Mr. Ryan to sleep on moving into the plasmids industry, but the stupid sod won't listen to reason. Instead, he's just going to splice his mob up, giving them more and tougher plasmids. There's an arms race coming in Rapture, but it's not about who can build the best guns and the biggest bombs. It's about who can become less of a man, and more of a monster.
Something must be done about Fontaine. While I was busy buying buildings and fish futures, he was cornering the market on genotypes and nucleotide sequences. Rapture is transforming before my eyes. The Great Chain is pulling away from me. Perhaps it is time to give it a tug.
Mr. Ryan?
Yes, Diane.
Mr. Fontaine is here to see you.
Is he now? He doesn't have an appointment.
You want me to tell him to go away?
No. Bring him in.
Very well. Can I?
No, Diane, you will wait outside.
Fine.
Normally, I require an appointment, but I've been wanting to talk to you in person. We lost some good men the last time we tried to inspect your subs.
Well, it seems you're the one who needed to make an appointment. And you better next time, or you may end up with more of your constables floating face down in the water. I've told you before, the only thing outside of Rapture I'm in contact with is fish. And they sure as shit ain't spilling this bucket's secrets. Besides, I'm the one who's got a bone to pick with you, Ryan. What's this I hear about you planning to ban plasmids? You nuts? Plasmids are the most sought-after product in Rapture. You gonna deprive the people
of their addictions?
Power is addictive. What would you know about that, Ryan?
We are not planning on banning all of them. But there are some plasmids I will not tolerate. Like this teleport plasmid. I understand they will not take a person very far, but if they manage to get onto a passing ship, then they compromise everything I've worked for.
Rapture is the biggest thing I got going for me. You think I want to blow that any more than you do?
No more smuggling. And no more teleport plasmid.
Listen, I got my own security issues with teleport. Seems to make the saps who take it extra crazy.
Oh, your own security issues. You make it seem like you're running your own little fiefdom down here.
If I do, you gave it to me by not providing the people down here with what you promised them.
Everyone has a chance to earn their way here! Only parasites and slaves remain in their little dilemmas.
Is that right?
What exactly are you up to with this orphanage, Fontaine? Word is, you neglect the young boys almost entirely in favor of the girls. Now, if I get wind that you're using them as your little playthings...
Whoa, listen, buddy. I only got taste in women my own age. I'm just trying to give back to the community.
And what about that food for the poor charity you're running? Is that for the community as well? I've known mobsters do the same thing for other reasons.
Mobster? I don't have to stand for that. Look, Ryan, what I'm here for, really, is to tell you that if you leave me alone, then I'll leave you alone. All that recruiting you're speculating on won't come back to bite you in the ass if you back the fuck off! You respect strength? Then respect mine. I got 6 armed men outside your office, and I'm leaving here now, so don't interfere with me. I won't distribute any more teleport, but I am going to be making new plasmids. And you people are going to live with them. Because I'm changing Rapture from the inside out. And no one can stop me. We can do this the easy way. Or the hard way.
Everything was set all right. After my little meeting with Ryan, I was ready to move on to the next phase. Had one of my boys put down 3 of his cops in Apollo Square. I knew that'd give him enough of an excuse to come after me. The boys think I'm crazy, but sometimes a man's gotta go down guns blazing. I can't stay Fontaine forever. And I can't take over Rapture under my own steam. I need the people to take it for me. Fontaine has to die. But I'll still be here. I'll still be here.
Crikey. How many men do we have here? A lot of buggers for a raid, isn't it, Chief? We really need all these blokes?
Yeah. And we got more moving in at the same time on Fontaine Futuristics. Boss's orders. Rapture may be a place full of poets, artists, and doctors, but Fontaine? He's got a whole piece of the city in his pocket ready to fight.
So, where is Fontaine? If we want this raid to work, we better meet him personally.
Word is, he'll be down in the fisheries. Maybe the wharf. Besides, this ain't just a raid. It's an all-out assault.
Sullivan, just how planned is this? Remember the last time we tried to raid the sod? We probably should have planned this bloody assault out first.
Oh, it's planned. Got 2 waves of men ready to go in at the signal.
In position, Chief.
Right. Wait until we move in, and I give the designation now. You ready on your end?
Ready to hit Fontaine Fusion.
God damn it, don't say the name on the radio! Just... never mind. Just count to 30, then take the initiative and hit him. We're moving ahead here. No!
I'll take you all with me. You'll never bring Frank Fontaine down without a fight.
I got it! I got Frank Fontaine!
No time to celebrate, just retreat. There's too many splices, keep moving.
We've got to get back to the metro. Hurry!
Somehow, I don't know exactly, me, Sullivan, and some of the boys made it out of there. Fontaine was dead, and we had escaped. But we weren't free. And for the first time since I'd come down to Rapture, I wondered if we ever truly would be. As long as Ryan was king.
Richardson Revival Radio presents BioShock, a radio drama. Part 1, The Rise of Rapture. Written and adapted by Spencer Richardson from the game franchise BioShock and the novel BioShock Rapture by John Shirley. Tonight's production featured the voice talents of Henry Steelhammer, Ryan Costello, Tyler Kubat, Nolan Kenmonth, Reese Breedle, Kyle Sanderson, Jacob Phillips, Amy Harper, Mig Windows, Rusty Yamamoto, Francis Rogers, Robin Fichter, Ian Boyd, and cameos by Spencer Richardson. Special thanks to the people at freesoundeffects.co.uk, Freesound, and Sound Bible. Tonight's production was stage managed by Shane Munson McGee and Kat Prime. Technical consideration by Kevin Burnett. Tune in soon for Part 2, coming later this year, and be sure to tune in to Raider Radio. Thank you, and good night.
Don't know where, don't know when, but I know we'll meet again some sunny day.
Patrick. My masterpiece.
My Sander Cohen. I want to take the ears off, but I can't. But I can't. It's my curse, my eternal curse. It's my fucking curse. I hop, and when I hop, I never get off the ground. I want to take the ears off. Please, take them off.
Sander Cohen awaits you.
Oh, God, you sick fuck! Let me out of there!
Quick! Take the picture while the ghost is still tangy. When I am dust, this is what they'll point to.
Do something!
It is accomplished! Silence! The artist knows there is richer earth to till. What's that look? You don't like it, do you? Judged by you? By anyone? Screw you! Screw all you fucking doubters! Here's what I say to all of you! Some shine like galaxies. Like a moth at the flame.
Fighter number 1, from Nashua, New Hampshire, it's Evan Ringo.
Evan the Trash Knight Ringo. Actually, his new one, he's looking with a clean rig. That's less tears than before. Yeah. I think Megan's helping out.
Went to the seamstress.
Yeah. Megan here this time? I'm not sure. Oh, long sword. They're the long sword match.
Oh, nice. Long sword.
Fighter number 2, from Fort Collins, Colorado, it's Greg Fisher.
He times that down
Every
so
time.
well.
The stag. Oh, nice one through.
That was awesome.
Greg Fisher is absolutely amazing individual. 14 captain of the Colorado Wardens.
It's like a Fortnite.
Oh, yeah.
That was like a Fortnite, one of those dances. I don't play. I
but you
train a lot
know.
of kids that play.
Their culture.
Just tell to take. No, you go ahead.
Oh, no, go for it. So we got about a little bit more range for Greg Fisher. Years of experience is close to the same, but it goes to Evan Ringo. A little bit more age for Ringo. Greg is a little bit younger, but it's going to be absolutely amazing. Weight's the same, actually.
Fighters to the center of the ring. To reintroduce the fighters, wearing the yellow and blue tabard, it's Evan Ringo!
Excited to see Evan in here tonight, man.
Because they were both coming off some.
And his opponent, wearing the gray with the white trim tabard, it's Greg Fisher!
Because they're both coming off some losses, right? Both of them.
Yes.
Correct.
The fighters have agreed to 3 2-minute rounds. If you're taking the ground, you stood up after 15 seconds. No strikes with a weapon to a grounded opponent. No legal strikes. Defend yourselves at all times and obey the referee at all times. Fighters, do you agree to these terms? Then touch tips and back to your corner.
Both amazing longsword fighters. Evans had the opportunity to fight before Arnold Schwarzenegger at the Round Classic.
Right. Fighter number 1, are you ready?
That's crazy.
Fighter number 2, are you ready? And who's ready for a long sword pro fight?
This is rare too.
Then start fight.
Ooh. A lot of energy. 2 minutes of longsword fighting is insane. Both high energy. Greg's a tactician. National champion. Nice movement. Ooh, nice kicks.
They both whipped for it at the same time, too.
Oh, yeah.
Nice job. This is like a
Excellent
Jedi
movement.
fight, bro.
Excellent movement. That kick, cover, kick. Oh,
Nice.
That's
Anakin Skywalker, man.
Wow.
Nice kick between, nice still block. Ringo's very sort of range.
And it was a nice feint, too. He feinted it and then came up with the kick.
No, both of these are some of the best longsword fighters in the nation and almost really the world. Ooh, nice inside kick, trying to get that trip.
You're quite the longsword fighter yourself.
Oh, thank you, sir. I'll try. But I've actually not been able to do a longsword pro fight before because we don't get a chance to do it very often. So having that mix, that perfect marriage between a duels fight and a pro fight, amazing.
Man, this is a great fight. This is just entertaining.
And so much energy. Like, as you see now, the engine are moving, they're still... Ooh, it just makes great sound, too. Nice punches.
Beautiful punch. Beautiful punch. And
Think about the calculation of that.
Yes.
Throw, kick, and punch when it's still open.
Yeah.
Yep. Know when to let go of your weapon to hit.
Beautiful.
And the defense is arguably almost as important as the offense. In
Oh,
this.
100%. Nice kicks. Evan kind of looked at that and he's like, I see you. All right.
30 seconds.
It's just a lot of energy, a lot of long fights. But they're doing great. Still moving up. Nice punch. Oh,
Yeah,
nice shot. Good
punch.
answer.
Nice punch.
The guards are so tight, people will think this. Oh, nice.
Beautiful
nice
high
range.
low.
10 seconds, fighters.
I can't tell if Evan's getting tired or if he's just playing or he.
I think he's just playing defensive and trying to make sure he has enough.
That was a
for
clean
Russian.
Stop fight, stop fight. Fighters,
I think he's trying to make sure he's saving enough for the. Once again, also former friends, also getting there. Make sure to get that fight.
Clean shot from Greg. That was awesome.
Megan helping out, being awesome. Ellis Williams in
Looks
Greg's
so good.
corner.
Just see this sword play, man. Just,
Yeah. Ooh, see the range. Just step out a little bit. And when you do see, if you see that stripe and then punch or kick, you're actually shortening your range because your longsword is your hardest weapon. So to have that kick or punch, it has to be timed either through angles, movement, or position.
I love what Ringo did there. Greg hit him with an inside kick and he switched to a
Other
southpaw
stance.
stance.
Yeah.
And then kept firing. I love that.
And for those of you at home, once again, they're still wearing anywhere from 40 to 80 pounds of armor. To within this range, when you're throwing that range, as we talk about, to now throw a punch right afterwards and not make it be a horrible mistake.
Right.
It's such a high-level skill. That's why we don't see a lot of longsword pro fights, because it's
Correct.
such a high-level caliber. Because you still have to be safe. We think about HEMA, other ones where they point forward. This
Right.
one, we have to be safe, no points forward ever. So whenever they come back, they're coming right back. They're being safe. Nice chops, still slashes and cuts.
That's right, because you can't just sit there and hold it out and let them run right into it. I mean, because even though I always get this question all the time, they're like, are the weapons real? I'm like, no, we have foam weapons, and we're just in there smacking each other upside the head. Yes, they're real. And then I go, but they're dulled, obviously.
Correct.
Like we dull them down. We don't sit there and sharpen them fresh for battle.
No, we call it rebated steel. If you look at any of our AMMA or you check out Simply Samurai on Instagram, we've done test cuts with the pumpkin with one of these swords.
Yeah, you
it was
did.
so
I
cut
saw
through.
that. I saw that on your Instagram.
And you're like, that's a sharp sword. I'm like, that's one of our rated. That's not our.
Yeah.
That's not a sharp sword. It just works.
There's no such thing as a dumb question.
Yeah.
Yes, there is.
Yeah.
Round number 2. Fighter number 1, are you ready? Fighter number 2, are you ready? And Winston-Salem, who's ready for some more action? Then start fighting.
That's me. That's my alarm for 5:30 for some reason. There we go.
Nice energy. Get that back.
God, just that back and forth, man.
Nice,
Nice
teeth.
teeth.
Nice
Beautiful
double
setup.
tap. Nice punch.
I
Nice
love-
move inside.
I like Greg's
Oh.
attempt with that shovel hook. That was nice.
It's really cool. Ringo's trying to catch it up, but he's now chasing it. As you can see now, Greg's trying to see, will that make him bite on it by doing this winding. Oh, nice cross guard.
Nice, beautiful.
And he's got to be really careful on that so you don't get the queons, because you don't want the queons to actually strike.
And why is that?
Because that's what can go through the grill, right? So that's what's dangerous about it. But he was hitting perfectly with the pommel. Nice little tape. He's trying to get range. He's trying to get close to those vines. Ooh, nice slip.
That's a head move I was talking about with Ringo, brother.
It's so strong, so good. Nice
Good
side kick.
I like Greg's. That almost went right under his helmet.
Ooh, I know. That's why it's scary. Longsword, there's a lot of things that happen.
Ooh, nice left hand, too.
Yeah, Greg's been doing a really good job slipping those punches in there.
I'm going to help Megan with the door on the second one since she has no one else.
Ivan seems to be getting a little bit tired to me.
He does.
Beautiful
His gas
shot.
tank is not as deep as others, but he burns hot.
Yeah.
And then he gets conservative.
Nice
nice
inside
side
leg kick. I'm loving Greg's placement of his strikes.
30 seconds.
This is a great fight. Honestly, a textbook longsword match. Now he's just trying to reserve. He's trying to move. Nice side back
attempt
kick.
for that spinning back kick.
One-hand sword strike. Looking good.
And the grip, too. The grip strength you have to train.
It's a lot.
To hold that for that long. And the beating, because you're getting those vibrations every time you're taking a shot. Nice. And there's that stop fight.
We have an arm failure. He'll have 10 seconds to prepare. 1 minute to prepare. Or leave it.
And we're seeing a lot of good technical sword play through this entire thing. I'm really liking what we're seeing. It's very good footwork. It's very good sword play. I'm loving the strikes Greg Fisher's delivering, and that's probably why his gauntlet's a little loose, because he's firing that hand at one time.
That will be his first armor failure. There's 10 seconds left in the fight.
As we close into the end of the fight, both guys letting it go.
Loving that aggression.
Ivan and Greg swinging
And stop fight,
as
stop
the
fight.
fight comes to a close.
Nice job. Both of those guys did a fantastic job.
Tremendous.
Here comes that instant replay. Let's see what we got. Had that little teep there from Ringo. Coming nice little shot from Greg. I think this is where we start seeing Greg just placing those strikes very strategically. And here's that what you're talking about.
Yeah, that's why.
Cross
So you have to
guard.
be careful to make sure you don't get in the wolf ribs, but he was hitting with the pommel, which is it's legal. It's just, once again, high-level technique.
It's very well timed. Very well timed. This is the best I've seen Greg look in the last couple fights.
He's been working on a lot of stuff. We had a tournament recently, the Wanya Sword Cup, where he was fighting Chris Stanner, and he had to really work on his pro fight techniques. And he took a loss, actually, in that one. He came back stronger now.
Very vast improvement. That's, coming off a loss is something not everybody can do.
No. Nice turns, kicks. Nice dips, nice head movements. And this is something I have to think about future when we talk about longswording, where you have those strikes, and it's almost like a peekaboo after between. They're sneaking in,
Yeah,
either overhook. And to do that after you strike, and then make sure you still have the power, because if you pull your hand off too much, you're going to lose all the power to make a sword.
And you can drop your weapon.
Not something I see a whole lot.
They're doing a great job of that, of sitting there timing that pristine strike. And it's not just a little tap. It's enough power in it to make a difference, but it's fast enough. I'm loving the speed that they're delivering those strikes. Greg was doing a good job of hitting Ringo with one, and then Ringo was doing a good job of retaliating, but he's just a half second slow. And Greg's seeing it just in time. Go. All right.
Final round. Fighter number 1, are you ready? Fighter number 2, are you ready? Who's ready for this final round?
Look at Greg's shoulders. He's breathing heavy, but I think it's more excitement.
Yep. Last round.
Nice
Nice
move,
teep.
nice
There's that
teep
beautiful
there.
teep. That's been landed for Ringo. He's good at sneaking those inside leg kicks, too.
Ooh.
Very good kick from Greg. Dirty. Very nice.
Those hurt. Nice movement. He's trying to sleep out. Ringo said, I want the takedown. Oh, nice slip move. Oh, he almost put it down. He thought about it.
Yep.
He was about to brawl. Ringo's tired. He's like, all right, you got me on that one.
He said, ding. That was a solid punch. Greg's landed with that left hand.
I've seen Greg do this before, though. I think he's starting to be like shark, like blood in the water. He's going to just start ramping up. He's just going to keep on going.
Yeah, I think it's going to start. We got approaching about a minute left in this fight almost. He's just landing. That left hand is beautiful.
Absolutely amazing.
When he throws with the right and then left with the left.
Ringo's tired.
Ringo's a little tired.
Gas. I think
like you said, he just burns hot. He comes out with such good intensity, and he keeps it up for a very long time.
Because he's not just stopping. You see other people do this and just stay back forever. He's trying to work on things. He's thinking about it. It's like a video game. You have an energy bar. You can't just keep on spamming things. But Greg is so good at dueling. He's just working. And those angles, Greg needs to, or not Greg, Ringo needs to switch. Ooh, that was nice. That's all right.
Both boys, they got about 30 seconds coming up left in the fight. There's a hard shot.
30 seconds, fighter.
Nice one.
They're saying, that crowd's saying, do it again.
This is absolutely amazing. The crowd has chosen their champion.
Yep. Good job, both gentlemen.
10 seconds, fighters.
They're gonna go for it.
Here we go.
Wow. And Ivan swinging and Greg is swinging as we come to a close. Both guys laying it all on the line. Ivan, Ringo.
And stop fighters.
Fantastic job. They did a great job. Awesome job. Man, both warriors. That was fantastic, man. Let's see this replay. If it comes on for us.
And for those of you at home, when we talk about when they step down and they decide to put it down, that's not scripted. That's a gentleman or ladies agreement. They're just like, hey, we had a good fight. Let's duke it out at the end.
Yeah, we got some time. There's that hard left that he's been landing from Greg. He did a great job with that, finding his strikes.
Once again, in the New Hampshire area, up in that area, they started together. They started doing fighting from the beginning. They're friends.
Look at the
rivals,
shoulder.
everything. Yeah. They've known each other for a long time.
Fighters, if you can stand to the center of the ring. After 3 rounds, your winner is Greg Fisher.
Beautiful performance and beautiful showmanship.
The respect, everything.
Yeah.
No, they're both amazing fighters. Ringo is actually one of the few people I've not been able to fight in longsword yet, and I hope to be able to get that later. He's retiring a lot this year. Doesn't mean he's done, but he's going to start working on some other things.
Yep.
All right, guys, let's give it up for those guys one more time. That's a heck of a fight. All right, Greg, congratulations. Fantastic performance, man. You guys came out with the longsword. That's the first longsword fight we've seen of the night. Explain to me, tell the crowd about your training. What's different about the longsword? Obviously, we saw the technical aspect. There's a lot of stuff going on. Tell the fans what's happening.
Yeah, this is the first one I've done like this in a while. It's a little trickier using the longsword. I mean, your offense is your defense, and you can kind of get away from it, but especially from Ringo, he was my first coach. I learned most of what I know through that guy, and I love him, and I live with him.
Yes, everybody, Evan Ringo, fantastic guy. We saw some Anakin Skywalker stuff kind of happen for you nerds out there. You get the reference. My man, we got one. Brother, you did a fantastic job. You were also coming off of a loss, all right? And not every fighter can come off of a loss and bounce back like you did. I saw, and I told Spencer while we were commentating, tremendous improvement across the board. Your strikes were so well placed. Everything was fantastic. What did you do to regroup mentally and come back in here and put on a performance like you did tonight?
Well, healing and recovery was first. It took me like a month after Ellis turned me into a crumpled pretzel. But it's just a lot of training and cross-training in other sports and learning that fight IQ from MMA and some judo and really just trying to glean as much as you can from everything.
Man, you did a great job, man. It was fantastic to watch. I know the crowd loved it. Congratulations, brother.
Beautiful, beautiful performance. And hits the scene.
Did you talk to your puppy? She's very pretty.
Thank you, Papa Sushon.
Break her neck for me. What? Break that sweet puppy's neck. No, please. Break that puppy's neck. Would you kindly? No, what are you going to do? No.
Why are you here?
to build a city at the bottom of the sea. Insanity. But where else could we be free from the clutching hand of the parasites?
I told Mr. Ryan, either you build her like a bathtub, or she's gonna turn into a sewer. No, McDonough, he said, we're not gonna build no bathtub. We're gonna build Eden.
was not impossible to build Rapture at the bottom of the sea. It was impossible to build it anywhere else.
want some company. Want a piece of this place? Please don't judge me.
She was up for the part as well. Are you hungry? Rapture's gone to hell.
I can see death floating in the air. I don't give a shit.
Trouble everywhere.
I think the Negro cook's been stealing.
Help me, Madonna. That's semen on everything.
Whack 'em. The 1-2 punch. Give them the combo. The 1-2 punch. Whack 'em. The 1-2 punch. Give them the combo. The 1-2 punch. Whack 'em. The 1-2 punch. Remember, whack 'em. 1-2 punch. Whack 'em. The 1-2 punch. Give them the combo. The 1-2 punch.
Open now. Out. Faster.
Tell the minister he'll just have to wait.
Came here to be a star, not too late.
But I sent her flowers every day.
They'll never find out. It's all gone away.
Help me find this sinner. Give me a break. Rapture's for winners. I just want to see what's inside. It'll be so much worse if you hide.
Whack 'em. The 1-2 punch. Give them the combo. The 1-2 punch. Whack 'em. The 1-2 punch. Give them the combo. The 1-2 punch. Whack 'em. The 1-2 punch. Slicer. 1-2 punch. Whack 'em. The 1-2 punch. Give them the combo. The 1-2 punch.
Open now. Out. Faster.
Would you kindly pick up that shortwave radio?
Is it someone Stop hiding it from me.
Fucking machine. God damn it.
Take your whore and go.
I can control myself. I can. None of these little chumps will talk to me.
My man, you're gonna have to trust me. Whack 'em. The 1-2 punch. Give them the combo. The 1-2 punch. Whack 'em. The 1-2 punch. Give them the combo. The 1-2 punch. Whack 'em. The 1-2 punch.
Fontaine, all the same.
Whack 'em. The 1-2 punch. Give them the combo. The 1-2 punch.
BioShock, a radio drama. Written and adapted by Spencer Richardson from the game franchise BioShock and the novel BioShock, Rapture by John Shirley. Part 2, Rapture's Ruin.
I asked myself, in what country was there a place for men like me? Men who refused to say yes to the parasites and the doubters. Men who believed that work was sacred and property rights inviolate. And then one day the happy answer came to me, my friends. There was no country for people like me. And that was the moment I decided to build one. Fontaine's facility belongs to the city now, to Ryan Industries, at least until the rioting subsides. While it is unfortunate that such measures had to be taken, I must admit, it is gratifying to see this building condemned. Fontaine is gone, and I am alone at last, alone with my city.
Turns out that report on the Little Sisters orphanage was... well, it was all true.
And that girl there, in the corner. She's got a sea slug in her, and she's producing Adam.
Yep. Apparently the slugs didn't produce the stuff fast enough, and using the girls worked to increase production.
Indeed. And you've confirmed this with Su Chong?
Yes, sir. If you want to ask him, we've got him under house arrest just down the hall. Poetic justice, if you ask me. They're locked up together, him and Tenenbaum, in one of the rooms they had the kids in.
I'll have a word with them.
Mr. Ryan.
Yes?
What about the kids locked up in there? Do we let them out?
They are, I believe, actually orphans. Yes.
Yeah. In one way or another.
Orphans will need somewhere to stay. Perhaps when we find another way to produce Adam efficiently, we'll arrange to have them adopted. Until then, they're better off here. What do you want from me, Sullivan? These children will be of use. In time, well, we'll see. Do you think we could proceed with our inspection now, Chief?
Sure. They're this way, Mr. Ryan. Down the hall.
Suchong! What the hell happened to your face?
Dr. Suchong tried to escape when we raided the place. Had to crack him one with a truncheon.
Suchong, sorry about writing on the walls. A little dissertation, no paper to write on.
And what is the dissertation on?
Accumulation of harvestable Adam in splicers. possible methods of extraction.
I see. Would you two like to be released from these quarters? Then I am going to need a loyalty oath. And the understanding that breaking that oath is agreeing to execution. We are in extreme times. Extreme measures are necessary.
Diane, my dear, I'm sorry, but I'll be late again tonight. Karlowski and Sullivan are demanding to speak about this Atlas business. I'm trying to rebuild the financial market, and these idiots keep going on about protests this and civil unrest that. I'll go spend an hour pretending to pay attention to the poor fellows and be home as soon as I can. Andre.
Stand me up again. Third time this week. This Sean. Wasting his money on those slots. Soggy excuse for Park Avenue is all this place is. Oh.
Miss?
What?
Miss, my name is Margie. I was wondering if you could spare us a donation.
Who's us? Seem to be alone out here. Need money for the kids at home.
No. I'm with Atlas's people.
Atlas. I've heard of him. Also heard about Robin Hood. I don't believe in either.
Oh, Atlas is real, ma'am. A good man. I trust in him. Even more than I trusted in...
More than Fontaine. If that's what you were going to mention, I don't blame you for clamming up, Margie. Got traded from one radical ball team to the other, huh?
I guess you could say that. After Fontaine was killed, I needed someone to... It doesn't matter. What's important is that we're collecting money to help the poor around Rapture. Atlas, he buys canned goods and stuff and hands it out.
All this talk of a poor underclass in Rapture. Exaggerated from what I hear.
It isn't. I was there. I had to...
Hey, I've got a family to feed.
do some pretty awful things just to keep going.
Andrew says there's plenty of... Anyway. Donations. Sure. Here. More power to anyone who pisses off Andrew.
Oh, thank you. And here, take this. It'll tell you about him.
Yes, someone cares. Atlas knows it feels as if no one in Rapture cares. Fight for Atlas.
Fight for the rights of the working man.
What's all this then, Wallace?
Must be that guy who calls himself Atlas. Seen the pamphlets on him scattered around.
Now, back home in Dublin, we had a saying. May the cat eat you, and may the devil eat the cat. Isn't that what's happened to us up here? You bet it is, boyo. We've been eaten alive twice. First by Rapture, then by Ryan. There's no crike here, no fun for the working man. For that is reserved for the swells and their betties up in Olympus Heights. Come and start life anew in Rapture, he said. But that was the cat talking to the mouse, and the devil talking through the cat. Aye, we have been lied to and lied to again. They told us it was all free market up here. And what happens? Ryan takes over Fontaine Futuristic by force, initiates curfews and blockades, turns the place into a bloody police state. We were lured here. Lured from the slums across the world to an even smaller slum down here under frigid water. Moving up, we all right. Moving from living 4 in a room to living 20 in a room. It's theft. Theft of our future, boyo. Theft of our hope. But there is another way. A way to real hope. A share the wealth program. Why should them hypocrites be allowed to accumulate 100 times, 200 times what a working man earns? When they get it because of our hard work. We work while they sit up there in their penthouses drinking champagne and puffing cigars. Imported cigars we ain't even allowed to have. Why shouldn't every family be given a basic allowance? 1,000, 2,000 rapture dollars to live on. Why should the wealth of rapture belong only to the greedy few? Now tell me that!
Strange. I haven't seen this bloke round here before. Been down here for years and thought I'd met every wanker in this big leaky tank of a town.
Bill, company.
Fucking spider splicers. Bet you anything they're serving as Atlas's guard dogs.
We better get moving. They're closing in on us.
Right. We'll take the better part of Valor and back off fast. Come on, mate.
There was one word that had been growing heavy on my mind in those passing days. A simple, one-syllable word that summed up what was going to pass in the coming time between this new Kingfish and Ryan. War. More killing. More danger for Sophie and Elaine. Something had to be done to stop it. Somehow, it had to be diffused.
Hey, Mary, everything okay?
Did you hear that Andrew Ryan took control of Fontaine Futuristics? I'm hopping mad.
Slow down there, little lady.
Sorry, Jim, but I'm real upset. We came to Rapture to get away from government muscling in on private business people.
Sure thing, Mary. But Andrew Ryan didn't take control of anything. The government council just assumed stewardship of Fontaine Futuristics until all of Frank Fontaine's crimes and betrayals against the people of Rapture are sorted out. Pretty soon, everything will be back to normal.
Really? Well, that's a weight off my shoulders.
Remember, Mary, doubting the council only emboldens the bandits.
I really must get around to taking that sign down. It's Ryan Plasmids now, not Fontaine Futuristics. Surely this isn't the last one.
We had a few others in suspension, but they are almost gone. The fighting of the raid, all the chaos, we lost them. Damage to the tanks. If only you had warned us.
I couldn't risk that. You haven't exactly earned my trust, Suchong, working for Fontaine.
Suchong, very sorry. Grave mistake to work for Fontaine. I should have known. The intelligent man worked for men with more guns. Always better policy. I will not make that mistake again. You have my loyalty, Mr. Ryan.
Do I? We'll see. Well, you sent for me and I can see the problem for myself. No sea slugs. No Adam. Any suggestions, Doctor? What are we to do for Adam? We have all these lunatic addicts running about. The whole industry could collapse. I've taken over the Plasmids business, built the Hall of the Future to extol them, but if we run out of them, it's all for nothing.
There is a way, Mr. Ryan, until we can learn to breed more slugs. Many men are dying and dead in Rapture, but before they die, there is how would you say it, a stage in their metabolism of plasmids, in which they create a refined atom inside them. It is deposited in the torso, the stomach, and we believe it can be harvested from the dead.
But it must be sensed and drawn up into syringe properly and transported correctly.
The little sisters are best suited for the process, but they are already so damaged. Who would protect them if they are sent out to harvest? They are very valuable, worth a lot of money. We cannot trust ordinary men with them.
So for that, we have developed protectors. Your cyborg sea workers. We have made great progress bonding them with the little girls.
Bonding?
The girls are to be bonded to the creatures. They are to be surrogate fathers. Little ones call them big daddies. Most charming. The girls will be conditioned to work closely with them.
They do seem to need something, some symbol of adulthood they can feel comfortable with.
So, what do you need from me?
No stars, no angels, no wise men, no baby Jesus. A secular Christmas is a Merry Christmas.
Fold.
Three cowboys. Alice, you son of a bitch! You cheat me again! Beat you, you great Russian bastard. Beat you. And a great Cossack like yourself not being able to play poker, I get. But not being able to hold his drink? That's sad, man. What? We drink. Then we see who real man is. Bill, you drink too.
Nah, I'm not a real man. I'm a married man. My wife will kick me ass if I come to bed any more bad than I am.
He's right about that. I'll kick him right out of bed. Go ahead and play your cards, boys. It's Christmas.
Is very nice Christmas tree.
Yes, well, it was a special gift from Dr. Langford. She raised it herself in her lab.
We'll try to keep the rabble down, Mrs. McDonough.
Just quiet enough that you don't wake Sophie. And don't you stay up too late with these drunken louts, Bill.
Ma'am, thank you for having me on Christmas Eve. It means a lot to me.
Glad you could be here, Constable Willis. Good night.
Da. Happy holiday, Mrs. Now, drink up, you bastards!
And now, a New Year's message from Andrew Ryan.
Good evening, my friends. I hope you are enjoying your New Year's Eve celebration. It has been a year of trials for us all. Tonight I wish to remind each of you that Rapture is your city. It was your strength of will that brought you here, and with that strength you shall rebuild. And so, Andrew Ryan offers you a toast to Rapture 1959. May it be our finest year.
Well, love, in just a few minutes it'll be 1959.
It is. It's almost New Year's. All these years down here, Sophie growing up without seeing the sun, now the war, and it's almost 1959. Time passes all funny in Rapture, doesn't it? It's slow and fast both. Bill, I want to go home as soon as we get past New Year's Eve. Like at 12:05, okay? I don't like to leave Sophie with the sitter long in this place. I don't know if Mariska can use a gun, really. I mean, I left her one, but...
Don't worry. We'll leave a few minutes after midnight, hon. Sort of a funny picture, isn't it? All of Ryan's goons standing around with guns. A gun in one hand and a champagne glass in the other. That's Rapture. All these people are here for Ryan and he's nowhere to be found. Diane McClintock is sitting at a table all by herself. Though I hear Ryan is pretty much done with her these days. Poor thing got fobbed off for some tart over at Eve's Garden in Fort Frolic.
Another New Year's? Another night alone? I'm out and you're stuck in Hephaestus, working. Imagine my surprise. Guess I'll just have another drink. Here's a toast to Diane McClintock, silliest girl in Rapture. Silly enough to fall in love with Andrew Ryan. Silly enough to...
Bitch, half the constables were in on this. Come on, Elaine, we're off. Elaine, get down!
Bill, are you all right?
My ears are ringing like a bloody church bell. We've got to keep moving. On the count of 3. 1, 2, 3!
Bill, Elaine, keep running, you two. This way!
Could I have made mistakes? One does not build cities if one is guided by doubt. But can one govern in absolute certainty? I know that my beliefs have elevated me, just as I know the things I have rejected would have destroyed me. But the city is collapsing before my... Have I become so convinced by my own beliefs that I have stopped seeing the truth? Perhaps. But Atlas is out there. And he aims to destroy me and to destroy my city. To question is to surrender. I will not question.
Makes me half crazed to think of it. On New Year's Eve, the cold-blooded treachery of it. They expected me to be there. It was an attack on me. But it was also an attack on the heart and soul of Rapture. Our most accomplished men and women were in that room, Bill, celebrating the new year. And at least 6 constables betrayed us. We're lucky Pat Cavendish acted quickly. He shot most of the treacherous scum, but by God, we must root out any other bad apples.
Mr. Ryan, this attack didn't come out of the blue. It's because you took out Fontaine. It's a reaction to that, really. People are saying Rapture doesn't mean what it used to. Nationalizing a business and by force, it gave them the excuse to go a bit mad. That Atlas took the opportunity and lit the fuse of the whole bloody thing. Mr. Ryan, I believe in Rapture, but that doesn't mean we always win. Fontaine Futuristics was the biggest thing going in Rapture, so let me be plain. When we killed that towel rack Fontaine for his thieving and smuggling, we should have made it clear that we would not touch his business interests. We sit on the council because those poor sods trust us, not because God gave us a chair. The good people of Rapture didn't sign up to see us government types shutting down shops and killing their owners, even with a ponce like Fontaine, even if he did bring it upon himself. We can get on top of this. We can. Here's what we do. We find Fontaine's will and make what was his go to where it was intended. And not into the pockets of us what put him in the ground.
Give them Bill. Men died to take over the plasmids industry. They will not have died in vain. Ryan Industries owns Fontaine Futuristics now for the good of the city. In due time, I'll break it up. But I'm not going to give it to that murdering parasite, Atlas.
Mr. Ryan, we've got to stop this war. It'll destroy us all. Look around. There's no place to retreat to. If we don't make peace with them, well, if that's the case, I'll have to submit my resignation from the council.
So, you're walking out on me too. The one man I trusted, betraying me.
I've got to show you how strongly I feel about this. We've got to make peace, and we've got to stop this war!
The war can be stopped by winning it! It can be won with superior might, Bill. We can do more and better splicing, use pheromones, keep control of our splicers, and have an unstoppable army of superhuman beings. We have the labs. Oh yes, we're short on Adam now, it's true. The little sisters we have left can't produce enough Adam, but there's Adam out there, in all those bodies. It lives on after a splicer dies. It can be harvested, Bill, and the little sisters are ideal for harvesting it. We can make this war work for us. War can be opportunity as well as catastrophe. It's written on your face, Bill. You've left me. You've always been loyal. But I'm afraid you will be a disappointment. Like so many others. So many who've turned their backs on the grand vision. So many who've betrayed Rapture. Who've soiled the glorious thing I've built with my 2 hands.
You're right, Mr. Ryan. I reckon I did lose faith. I'll give it a lot of thought. We'll find a way. I'll stay with you from A to Z.
Ryan didn't come to see me since the New Year's attack, not once. But Dr. Steinman was very attentive. He told me that once the scar tissue was gone, he was going to fix me right up, make me prettier than any girl I'd ever seen. Can't believe how much things had changed after I left Dr. Steinman's office. It's like I don't even recognize Rapture no more. I hear they've been rounding up people in Apollo Square. I asked Ryan how he could do such things to innocents. He said, innocents. If they haven't chosen to defend Rapture, then they have chosen to side with Atlas and his bandits. There are no innocents. There are heroes and there are criminals. I've tried to see him since then, but then stood up. Again. Second time this week. Ever since my face was... Well, Steinman worked on me, but it was never the same since the blast. Being alone so much gives a girl time to think. Who could hate me so much that they'd ruin me like this? What did I do to them? You know, I keep thinking all those bandits and terrorists Ryan's got locked up in Apollo Square, and I get so mad sometimes I can hardly breathe. If I could only confront them, tell them what they did to me, how they're ruining everything for me, for Rapture. Well, maybe I'd feel better. I bribed one of the gorillas at the gate to let me in. It's awful in here. To my right, I can see a dead woman lying in the street. Everybody just walking by her like she wasn't there. But I noticed something painted everywhere. Atlas lives. I'm hoping that at some point I'll get to see that for myself.
All right, McClintock. Atlas says you can go in.
I'd be Atlas, and you're one of Ryan's birds.
I worked for Mr. Ryan. I don't feel good about the way things are going, and I just wanted to see if...
You don't seem certain of what you're wanting to see, Miss McClintock.
I want to know more about you. I mean, you know, in a friendly way. I don't work with the constables. I've seen things, heard stories. I don't know what to believe anymore. I just know once I was passing by Apollo Square and I saw a woman come over the barricades, and one of the splicers working for Andrew just pointed at her and she caught fire. The look on her face. I'm sorry. I'm just so tired.
You! Get the lady a chair, you great idiot! Cigarette?
I'd adore one.
Once I built a tower up to the sun and rivered and
You know about the little sisters, do you? What they do to them poor little orphan waifs.
I've heard. And yes, it bothers me, if that's what you're wondering.
Sure. And it should bother you. It should cut you up inside. I've got a little girl myself, you know. The thought of them bastards getting a hold of that child. Oh, the thought. But will it stop anyone from buying Adam? No. Rapture can't go on like this, Diane, me dear. This cannot go on.
Atlas, I'd like to help.
And why should I believe that Ryan hasn't sent you here on the sly? Now tell me that.
I'll show you. I'll do things he would never approve of. And then you'll know you can trust me.
once in khaki suits, ah gee we looked swell, full of that Yankee doodle-doo.
One of the children came and sat in my lap today. I push her off. I shout, "Get away from me!" I can see the Adam oozing out of the corner of her mouth, thick and red, her filthy hair hanging in her face, her dirty clothes, and that dead glow in her eyes. Yeah, I feel hatred like I never felt before. In my chest, bitter, burning fury. I can barely breathe. And suddenly I know it is not this child I hate. What makes something like me? I look at genes all day long and never do I see the blueprints of sin. I could blame the Germans, but in truth, I did not find tormentors in the prison camp, but kindred spirits. These children I brutalized have awoken something inside that for most is beautiful and natural, but for me is an abomination. My maternal instinct. As I monitor the progress the children make with their protectors, I remember something. I am a girl in Belarusia, watching the Nazis taking my father away. The head officer turns to me, his gaze gray and cold. He says to me, "Little one, you can be of use." I remember thinking of him as more machine than man.
Oh, Mr. Bubbles is here!
He reaches out to me, and I know that I will never see my father again. I know that I must make friends with the Metal Man. No, not this one, no more!
I just got the word to put the bump on Anna Culpepper. This isn't some gangster or hard-nosed political operative. We're talking about a dizzy twist that wrote a song or two that got under Ryan's wig. Jesus, what have we come to down here?
Come on in. Drink?
Just a finger or two of what's left in that bottle over there, mate. What's all the rush and hurry, Chief? Urgent notes from you popping out of the pneumo and all.
It's coming apart at the seams, Bill. I've got some recordings here. I've put them all on one tape, but they came from different times, different people. I want your opinion on this.
Ryan drew us in, Ryan locked us in, and Sander Cohen kept us hypnotized. Andrew kept us thin, all for a whim, and Sander Cohen kept us mesmerized. With silly songs and watered drinks and dancing, with silly blondes and makeup winks, all flouncing.
Well, what about it, Chief? I've heard this kind of daft thing before. She's swanned out of Ryan Industries and been hanging around my tavern. If truth be told, drinking and trying to be clever with her friends, sniping at Ryan. Songs like that are right popular with some of Rapture, but they don't sing them too loud.
And what about this?
Cohen's not a musician. He's Ryan's stable boy. Ryan's corrupt policies crap all over the place, and Cohen flutters around clearing it up. But instead of using a shovel like you would with a proper mule, Cohen tidies up with a catchy melody and a clever turn of phrase. But no matter how nicely it sounds, he can't really do anything about the smell.
Well, gotta admit, it's pretty inflammatory, Chief, but them arty types will talk and talk and talk. Don't mean much.
And this? This is one of the guys we had to raid before we took down Fontaine.
We all come down here. Figured we'd be part of Ryan's great chain. Turns out, Ryan's chain is made of gold, and ours are that sort with the big iron ball around your ankle. He's up in Fort Frolic, banging fashion models. We're down in this dump, yanking the guts out of fish. Fontaine promised us something better. Now, he's putting the screws on us double. He's squeezing us at 80 points of our cut with the threat of turning us into Ryan if we don't play ball. Son of a bitch. Sammy G comes to me. Tells me he's thinking of going to the constable. Next day, Sammy G was found in a sack in the salt pond. We got no way out of here.
You see, Bill? Do you see? First they get pulled into Rapture like you did, like I did. Then they find out it's not all it's cracked up to be if you're not one of the big shots. Then Fontaine drags them into his own little chain. They want out when that turns bad too, and what happens? Some of them start turning up dead. So what can they do? They got stuck working for Fontaine. And then what happens? Ryan sends us in to catch them. Hang them for smuggling. For something they were trapped into. And I gotta clean up the mess. I don't know. Maybe they had it coming. But this girl, this Culpepper, all she did was bitch and moan. Sing, if that's what you want to call it. Slinging insults at that fucking Looney Tunes Sander Cohen. Listen to this.
Ahem. The Wild Bunny by Sander Cohen. I want to take the ears off, but I can't. I hop, and when I hop, I never get off the ground. It's my curse. My eternal curse. I want to take the ears off, but I can't. It's my curse. My fucking curse. I want to take the ears off. Please, take them off. Please.
Right. Well, we already knew the bloke was eccentric, Chief.
Eccentric. He's a murderer. God nuts on Adam kills people for fun over there in Fleet Hall. Pastes their bodies up with cement. Makes them into statues for display in his back room.
You're pulling me leg.
No. I'm not. Like to lock him up. But Ryan insists Cohen's an ally.
He's not taking Adam, is he?
Ryan? No. He's getting into the gin. Stays cool sometimes, paranoid other times. 2 days sober, 1 half drunk. Not a good pattern. I know it too well. So, me having to protect that little prick Cohen extended to Ryan giving me orders to... When it was done with Culpepper, I left her as she was in the bathroom. I seen she had a blanket half knitted by her bed. It was nice, you know, black and red, real pretty. So I took it so I could, you know, have somebody finish it. So it could be of use to someone. It just didn't seem right to leave it just lying there all by itself.
Jesus, Sullivan. Chief, I've got to get back to my wife. It's too late to do anything about it now. We have to let it go. And I want you to know it's all safe with me, mate, what you said.
Oh, I can't let it go. I'm going to Neptune's bounty, find a soft spot, and... Bill, wait. Take these with you.
Hmm?
I can't hold on to these. All these voices. Please, Bill. Take them with you. They might serve you well one day. Oh, they've given me your nightmares.
Will do, Chief.
If you are hearing this, then you know that I am gone. I will wait until tonight to take as many little sisters as I can and leave. Withdraw to a secret corner of the city. I have devised a method of safely destroying the sea slugs inside of them, breaking their bond and freeing their minds. After everything I have done, it is the only kindness I can give to them. And eventually, hopefully, a kindness I can give to the city as well. Spare him, Ryan. Spare him, Rapture. Until we meet again.
I'll admit, Fontaine showed some foresight when he built up the plasmids business. But the man never really understood sales. Hiding those little girls beneath a bushel. Presented properly, those little sisters were marketing gold. But on my walk today, I had my first real encounter with a pair of them. He, a lumbering palooka in a foul-smelling diving suit, and she, an unwashed moppet in a filthy pink smock. Her pallor was off, green and morbid. And then there was a rather unpleasant aspect of her demeanor, as if she were not altogether there with the rest of us. I understand the need for such creatures. I just wish they could make them more presentable. Those children with their very long needles, their tuneless songs, their ghastly errands. They're ghoulish Frankenstein farmers. But we've all placed our hand on the great chain of endeavor. My hand is on it. Fontaine's was on it. Atlas's hand is on it. We all pull and are pulled by it. Yes, these children are an abomination. But it is not my hand alone on the chain that created them. No. Their little fingers were right there next to mine.
Hey, Mary, why so down in the mouth?
I don't know, Jim. I guess I just don't know how I feel about those little sisters.
The Little Sisters? Gee, don't you know they're the glue that holds Rapture together?
Really?
You betcha! Ryan Industries has seen to it that they're bred to be as happy as clams, while they do the work that keeps us safe from the bandits and terrorists. We all need Adam, and we all need the Little Sisters.
There was supposed to be a proper maintenance team doing this job. Instead, they got some git of a splicer to get up and fix the leaks they couldn't reach. Don't know what became of the buggers.
I think I see your maintenance team.
Fucking hell. Well, what's left of them anyways?
Not good workers, those splicers. They go crazy. They kill. A man does not get job done when he's busy being crazy and killing.
Well, I'm gonna make a list of leaks and cracks and get in here with a constable escort. We can't risk...
This way, Mr. Bubbles.
Koloski, is that Masha? You know, Mariska and Sam's little girl?
Hard to say. All little sisters look the same.
If it is, Koloski, we've got to try to get her back.
No, Bill. Too risky.
Koloski, Sam and Mariska are like family. They used to watch over Sophie from time to time, but when they lost Masha, I owe it to them to get her back if that is her.
Bill, you spoke to many people. No one would help.
That's why I've got to do this. Right here, right now. I've got to try. Maybe if you can distract him, I can grab her.
Shit, Bill. Son of a bitch bastard. You'll get me killed.
I've got faith in your gift of self-preservation, mate. Come on.
Mr. Bubbles, Mr. Bubbles, are you there? Come and bring me lollies, come and give me toffees, teddy bears.
Do it. Then run. Masha? Masha?
Mr. Bubbles, there's a bad man here waiting to be turned into an angel.
Masha, is that you? Look, I'm gonna pick you up. I'm not gonna hurt you.
Bill. Bill.
Where is she?
Gone. You okay, Bill?
Yeah. Good to see you alive.
I outsmart this steel bastard.
Knew you could do it. Come on. We have to get out of here.
Masha, or not Masha, she was gone. Scuttled into one of those brass passageways set up all over the city. That great cyborg monstrosity waiting outside of it, waiting for her to return. And once more, stronger than ever, my determination to escape Rapture was underscored. I have to get my family out of here, up to the surface, up to blue skies, up to freedom.
We went on a raid outside the wire today. We snagged 31 rounds of buckshot, 4 frag grenades, a shotgun, and 34 Atom. We lost McGee, Epstein, and Villette. We got one of those goddamn big daddies in the bargain, though. It was something awful what they had to do to that little girl to get the Atom. But we didn't start this thing. Ryan did. I can't wait to tell Atlas. He'll be so pleased.
Never play a man for the short con when you can play him for the long one. Atlas is the greatest con of all. Ryan wanted Frank Fontaine dead. I just gave him what he wanted. As Atlas, I got a new face, a clean record, and a fresh start. Now,
I can't wait to tell Atlas. He'll be so pleased.
Miss McClintock, what are you doing here? Let me just turn this off.
You. They trusted you. How could you let them die for a lie?
It don't matter, kid. Because it's all lies. Everything is. Except this. I came down here thinking I could make a name for myself. Make myself a legend. But when Adam came along, I knew that I could have so much more than this rusty tub. I thought I could use the people of this city to take it for me. But then I realized it was much simpler than that. Because now I've got something Orion's. Something that's gonna change the game entirely. You think Atlas is the greatest lie ever told? Honey, you don't even know. And, seeing as you're in the position that you're in, nobody ever will.
I never wanted to kill a man, let alone a mate. But this is what things come to. I don't know if killing Mr. Ryan will stop the war, but I know it won't stop while that man breathes. I love Mr. Ryan, but I love Rapture. If I have to kill one to save the other, so be it.
Yes, Bill?
It's time.
Are you sure?
I have to do this. I have to get my family out of here.
Can't you go with them?
I have to stay here, Wallace. I have to try to make peace here. I have to. For the survivors. I'm taking care of business here, then bringing the family over for the picnic.
Okay. I'm ready. Meet you there.
Bill?
Oh!
Something making you nervous?
Me? No. It's just them bodies hanging on the hooks out there give me the willies.
Don't like that decoration either. Sometimes necessary. I'm going to get sandwich for me and Mr. Ryan. You want something?
No. I mean, whatever you're having, Ivan.
Da.
Go on, Bill. do it. If you're man enough. What was it you said, Bill? You'd stay with me from A to Z. Well, we're not quite at Z yet. But it seems you're taking your leave.
No. I'm staying for a while. Can't desert all these people. I helped bring them here.
Bill, you are a weak link in the great chain. And I cannot leave that link in place. A man chooses, Bill. A slave obeys. Choose. Kill me or obey your cowardice and run away!
I'm sorry, Mr. Ryan. I didn't know what else to do. But I can't kill you. Best of luck, Gov.
Look at the little girly girl. I can sell her to Ryan, or keep her for play, and maybe a quick bite.
You'll not lay a hand on her, you bastard!
Ooh, looks like the little fish just had his cherry popped. Should I gut you now? Or leave you for the big daddy, eh?
Elaine, you're a bloody fine shot, and thank God for that.
We're leaving, Bill. Now.
No, love, it's just a statue. Don't worry. Come on, we're almost...
Oh, but she's right. Ryan's always watching.
Cavendish. Kowalski. Wallace!
Drop the gun, Bill. Now.
Oh, God, Bill. We were so close.
I'm so sorry, love. I should have found a better way.
I tried, Bill. I got the boat for you. I got out here to look for you, and they were here, waiting.
You don't reckon Ryan has cameras you don't know about? Especially outside this place? You think you're the only ones who tried to leave? Others tried. They're big daddies now. The external camera caught old Wallace here slipping out.
Ryan, is he dead?
Yet. A headache. But you're a strong man. Not so easy to kill. You're a man. You did not have nerve to finish the job.
Couldn't do it. He was my friend. There was a time when he was like another father to me.
I hear that, Bill. I do. It's the same with me. I'm sorry. I'd like to help. You're always good to me, but...
Did he send you to bring my wife and child in, or just me and Wallace?
He does not want anyone leaving. Now, all three of you, turn around. You tie your hands, you go with us. We all go back down.
I'll take what's coming to me, but you can tell him anything you want about my girls. Tell Ryan that the splicers got him.
Ha! Karlowski's not gonna do anything of the goddamn sort.
We got drunk together, you and me, Ivan. More than once. Christmas Eves, holidays, long nights with vodka. We fought side by side in battle.
What is this horse shit? You three, turn around like he said.
What do you say, mate? One favor. I know you can't let me go, but you can let them go. With Wallace.
Come on, let's move. Stop wasting time, Karlowski, you damn Russian drunk.
Cavendish. This man here, he and his wife have me over for dinner. More than once. Only people in this place that do that. I cannot let Bill leave Rapture. But we did not get orders about his family.
Why, you thick Russian son of a bitch!
Bastard!
Christ, Karlowski.
I don't like to be pushed around, Bill. But the Cavendish? He was an asshole. Wanted to kill him many times.
Ivan, can't you let Bill go with us? Please.
I'm sorry. Bill and Dallas have to come with me.
I understand. Ryan's the one who gave you a chance. It was the same with me.
The launch is idling out there, Mrs. McDonough. Bottom of the stairs. All you gotta do is cast off, press the drive lever, head straight on the way it's pointing right now. That'll take you to the ceiling. Someone will see you. There's a flare gun in the launch.
No. Bill.
Elaine, you know what you have to do now. For Sophie.
But what about Daddy?
We'll talk about it later, love. Daddy has some business right now.
Goodbye, love. Your old dad loves you.
Let's go.
I'm sorry, Wallace. This is all my fault, mate.
I was going to try it anyway. Not your fault. I'm proud to know you.
What are they gonna do with him?
Who knows? Take him to Suchong, perhaps.
And me?
Supposed to crucify you. Before killing. But I always liked you. So, quick death.
Guess I should have killed Ryan. He must be gloating.
Yet, he understands better than you think. A lot of these others out here, he watched them die. But he can't be here for this. He told me he couldn't stand to watch you die, Bill. Not good friend like you.
Well, Jesus. Could it all be true, Mick? Andrew Ryan, Adam, superpowered humans?
Who can say? But take a look around you. Don't you think there's a chance it could all be true?
I suppose.
I think either way, this is a truly important discovery, Stevenson. I think whether or not all of it is true, the world should know about this city under the sea.
They could have saved the city. They could have created utopia. But the weight of the ocean proved too much for one man's shoulders.
That couldn't be.
The city has fallen, and I came back to Rapture after so many years. The little ones I rescued are grown up and think of me no more. After what I did to them, it was a joy to be forgotten. The place that was once the cradle of my life's work is now my grave, my mausoleum. And to ensure that the world never discovers the city, it will be yours as well.
Mick?
Stevenson? Do you have the recorder?
Yeah, still recording.
Then I suggest we get back to the bathysphere. Now! Pick up the pace, Stevenson! Stevenson?
Mick! Mick!
Stevenson! Oh, shit! God damn it! Oh, stop! Stop! No, no, no!
BioShock, a radio drama. Written and adapted by Spencer Richardson from the game franchise BioShock and the novel BioShock Rapture by John Shirley. Part 2, Rapture's Ruin. Part 2 features the voice talents of Henry Steelhammer, Ryan Costello, Tyler Kubat, Nolan Kinmonth, Reese Breedle, Kyle Sanderson, Amy Rogers, Nick Windows, Rusty Yamamoto, Francis Rogers, Rachel Kostrana, Lucas Donart, Lindsey John, Jonathan Reeves, Sam Barres, Matt Bedard, Jacob Phillips, Hank Corlin, Eric Corbin, and Tyler Tyke.
Is he ready? Child is ready. All right. Start. Clinical trial, lot of 48. Mind control test. Is that your puppy? She is very pretty. Thank you, Papa Suchan. Break her neck for me. What? Break that sweet puppy's neck. No. Please. Break that puppy's neck. Would you kindly? No. No. Very good.
The moon, I know beyond a doubt.
This production has been brought to you with special consideration from Raider Radio. Special thanks to Cap Prine for production management, and Kevin Burnett for sound consideration. Additional thanks to Freesound, freesoundeffects.co.uk, and Sound Bible. This has been a production of Richardson Revival Radio. Thank you, and good night.
And never again I'll go sailing. My heart will lead me there soon. We'll meet, I know we'll meet beyond the shore. We'll kiss just as before. Happy we'll be beyond the sea, and never again I'll go sailing. So long sailing, bye-bye sailing. Move on out, Captain. So long and soon.
I know who you are. You are the Autumn People. Where do you come from? The dust. Where do you go to? The grave.
30. Speak. We've missed it. It's gone. 31. 32. 32. You're a man's pride. Loved by many women. You might still learn to swim. 32. Going. 33. 34. 35. Oh, 35. Time to father a family. Build a fortune. 35. Be young, you could run up the stairs without panting for breath. 35. Stop. 36. 37. Okay. 38. Here, your heart. Here, my count. 39. Now. 39. Finally. Still young. 39. Gone. Oh, 40. 40. And here, your old heart.
Dad, no! Don't listen!
And is that the voice of green grass and sunshine? Sweet Eden's child, the innocent young will.
You're lost! Of death. So you will know it when it comes again. Soon.
What was your reward? You never said. But I think I know. A family. Hey, Booker! I wasn't asking for permission.
What did you do? What did you do?
You were right. I can't control it. It's not possible.
Close it! Close it now!
Right on the Grand Old Ride.
Are you afraid of God?
I'm afraid of you.